This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Thought I'd put on an early, hey, I got my doggy camera to work again. Not sure where they're going to go. They might go up on the couch. Or... Took me like 40 minutes after the show to figure out what the hell. Yeah, and yesterday was one of those days where I wasn't in the greatest mood later. It was just too long of a day. 8-hour live stream and then 2 hours and something. I mean, the trial and then the show. And, it's pretty hard to do. Mentally. Oh, I forgot to do the speed again, so you guys are way behind. The speed I fixed, but let me see what it has for the stream settings. Yeah, see, I have it at normal latency. That sucks. Alright. I have to have it at ultra low latency. Except the one problem is you have to have it on normal latency for closed caption. Once you switch it to lower latency, you don't get to do closed caption. So you have like this trade-off for being 30 seconds behind everybody. Or closed caption. Yeah, golf, I was able to walk around the course easy, but I always get this one sort of in my middle, lower right. It's like my right back, but not, sort of like up a little bit. It's like this one little muscle, every time I play it sort of tweaks. Gets really sore. But it's nice to be able to just walk around again without ever having a problem. It's like a 7-mile walk, so... Thank you, Adniram. Appreciate it. No, we've talked about her husband 1,000 times, Sarah. So you must not have been watching this show. That's who I think is the killer. I mean, I think she's not alive, and that her husband, obviously, it's so obvious it's almost scary. Makes you wonder if law enforcement has a counter piece of evidence, but everything that they've said in the press conferences point directly to the husband. It's almost like they're trying to make him not nervous or something.
I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Yeah, it was a really slow round too. It took 5 hours. Absolutely ridiculous. Golf should take less than 4, but you have these idiots that just sort of walk around so lazily, like they stroll from hole to hole, and then they all huddle up and talk about their next shot, and that just drives me batty. I mean, it's just so rude. When you play golf and you suck, you gotta just pick up your ball and move to the next hole. You don't get to keep hitting 57 shots until you get it in. Okay, you just hit a few balls and go, okay, this hole's over, pick up, and you keep moving. You got to keep everybody moving. It's like that one slow driver at the intersection when you can turn a left on a green and you have to claim the intersection to make sure that after it turns red you still get to go. But they don't do that. They sit there at the light over and over and over again. And during rush hour, that person could literally be sitting at that light for 3 hours because they never claimed the intersection. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. The cars are coming. Pull forward. Block the perpendicular cars because it's your turn next. Yeah, I haven't seen a picture of him or anything. I mean, I think we showed a picture of him, but it doesn't. I mean, it's really obvious. I mean, there isn't anybody on this channel that doesn't think it's very likely that the husband had something to do with that case. I mean, absolutely nobody. I mean, he's the one that was sitting there. And, I mean, he was the one that said, he even admitted that he took the car away at 10. And then when he comes back at 1:30, and he goes way down south where his parents live. And then when he comes back at 1:30, oh, yeah, she just happened to not be there. But you know what? By the way, she forgot her purse, her phone, everything she needs. Yeah, right. And I got some swampland to sell. Well, thanks, Robin. Yep. I work all the holidays. And welcome. Great Karn for you. Yeah, by the way, the update on that case is, let's see. By the way, somebody sent me they wanted me to cover, what is it? Laura Ann Bradbury. Yeah, Laura Ann Bradbury. There's a whole bunch of articles in there, but it sort of sounds like in the 90s, the FBI was able to determine that the bones that they found were from her. So I don't know. I mean, I have all the files here, so we'll check that out later. Maybe tomorrow. See what's going on with that one. That one's in, I think it's Utah. Or no, California.
I'll be you back if you want me to.
Thanks for working on the holiday.
Huh? Oh yeah, that was you. Jesus. Who cares? I get like 1,000 emails a day. Yeah, but it's just sort of like they apparently in 1990 they determined that it was her bones. Where is this again? Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's in the Joshua Tree National Monument. You know, that place looks a lot like those Utah places that you fly around that we do on the flybys. Looks just like that. Hey, thanks JP William and Vanessa Dance. Yeah, so anyways, we could take a look at that maybe tomorrow. So quiet. Yeah, I think that was one Zozo sent me. Just, hey, what do you think of this one? Oh yeah, that was that one. It was just, yeah, it was a link that had old newspaper articles that were all jumbled together. I just looked up her name and tried to find everything that I could on it. It's pretty weird. I mean, 3-year-old kid at Joshua Tree, and her brother probably feels bad for the rest of his life because he was like, get away from me, I want to do my own thing, and then she's never been seen again. 15 months. Charisma. Awesome. Okay, let's get to that update then. Hey, thank you, Ria Mazzarone. And everybody who celebrates Easter tomorrow, I hope you guys have a great Easter, you know, hanging out with family and whatnot. I'm probably going to watch the Masters, but, you know. Makes me really angry that Koepka's in the lead. All these idiots that created the Live Tour. I mean, give me a break. Golf's one of those ones where you played these same tournaments for like 60 years, and it's got all this tradition to it, and these morons. Oh, it's all about the money. I mean, no. I mean, you know, maybe the PGA could pay more money, and they have now, but these losers that are all washed up, and some of them aren't, but they got paid like $100 million by the Saudis, for God's sakes, to go over and join their little Live Golf League. It's just, what a pile of shit, you know. Yeah, it was pretty windy, I guess, over there. I just think, I mean, I understand, like, wow, that kind of money. Like, whoa, that's incredible. More money they made in their whole career. So, I don't know, it's interesting how to look at that, but it's just, I don't like it at all. Hey, why are you buffering when I'm only at...
Buffer and buffer some more.
I don't know why you're buffering, Laconic, when I have it set to streaming at... Let's see what I got it at. Hold on. I'm using the recommended... Yeah, 4,500 kilobits a second. I was doing 9,000. So I'm doing now exactly what YouTube says to do. So, not sure why. Maybe it's on the YouTube side, so I gotta go get that fixed too. Gotta try to remember to do that tomorrow. Oh wait, let's do the first one. Let's do the update on the teens here. The 3 murdered teens. Let's see. The 3 teenage victims of triple homicide in Florida were apparently involved in illegal activities with their 3 suspected killers before the murders, which unfolded in a flurry of gunfire, dumping of bodies, and ditching of a car in a pond. The 2 suspects who had been arrested told police how the fatal shooting played out according to their arrest affidavit. Anybody able to find these affidavits out there? The Marion County Sheriff's Office said Friday 2 male suspects ages 12 and 17 were arrested. Police are searching for the third. In the affidavit, investigators described the suspects' activities with the victims on the night of March 30th, which included driving to a trap house, smoking, car hopping, and committing burglaries. Wow. Detectives found photos on a confiscated phone showing one of the victims pictured with the suspects displaying firearms and ammunition. So one of the victims was displayed with the suspects with firearms and ammunition. Police said Friday the victims had likely known the suspects for a short time. Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods said the suspects eventually turned on the victims for an undisclosed reason, resulting in alleged triple homicide. A few hours before the killings, at least one of the victims appeared to have been involved in a robbery with the 12-year-old and 17-year-old shooting suspects. An unidentified male told police he agreed over Snapchat to buy a gun through a friend of one of the victims around 6:30 p.m. March 30th. Oops. Let's see, where are we at here on that? Now, that male said he got into the back seat of Silvernail's white sedan where there were two black males he does not know. Police said they determined those two black males were likely the 12-year-old and 12-year-old shooting suspects. The male witness took out $240, presumably in exchange for the firearm, and one of the black males in the back seat struck him in the cheek with the barrel of a gun and demanded the money, according to the affidavit. The witness fled the car and told police one of the suspects fired a shot at him. The witness fled the car and told one of the suspects shot at him. Okay. At some point later that evening, the three shooting victims were in Silvernail's car with the 12-year-old. I mean, it's just so weird to think of a 12-year-old in there. Oh, yeah, I made Bama Forever a moderator. She's always so nice to everybody and so supportive and just, known her for a while now. So, through Chasing Truth and here and just different places. So there you go. According to the affidavit, Silvernail was driving. The male victim was in front passenger seat and Quarles was in the trunk smoking. What? What happened? Well, it did not know and who was wearing a ski mask. A 16-year-old whom the 12-year-old said he did not know. Both of those shooting suspects told police the group then picked up the 16-year-old whom the 12-year-old said he did not know and who was wearing a ski mask the entire time. According to the affidavit, Silvernail was driving. The male victim Silvernail was driving. The male victim was in the front passenger seat. So that's the guy with the... No, wait, the male victim was in the front passenger seat. And Quarles... who's Quarles? Was in the trunk smoking by her own choice. The group planned to rob someone for marijuana and was traveling through Ocala, according to 17-year-old's account. The 12-year-old, known by the nickname 35, told police the teens were driving towards Ocala when the 16-year-old pulled out a handgun and shot the two victims who were in the front seats. Silvernail's car then struck a garbage dumpster in the area of Southeast 183rd Avenue in Silver Springs. The owner of the dumpster called police at 10:48 p.m. and saw Silvernail bleeding. A woman who lives in the area told police she heard 4 or 5 loud pops that sounded like gunshots and looked out her window and saw the sedan hit the dumpster, according to the affidavit. She told police a male then got into the driver's seat and sped away. The 12-year-old told police he then shot the female victim, though it was not clear whether he was referring to Silvernail or Quarles. He said the 17-year-old... why would a person named Quarles got into the trunk just to smoke? That's strange. He said the 17-year-old forced him to shoot Quarles or his family would be killed. The 12-year-old told police he did not think one of the victims was dead after he shot her. The 17-year-old told police he shot one of the victims because she was still alive. She was going to snitch on us all. We was all going to go to jail for life. The 16-year-old, known as Reaper, then drove Silvernail's car and stopped to dump the male victim in a ditch, the 12-year-old told police. 3 suspects then drove the car to a pond where it was later found partially submerged. After the shooting, Silvernails was transported to a nearby hospital where she was later pronounced dead. In the following days, investigators found the male victim's body in the ditch and Quarles in the trunk of Silvernail's vehicle. Authorities said they found voluminous amounts of the victim's blood inside the vehicle and one of the victim's phones. 2 juveniles who have been arrested are facing first-degree murder and robbery charges. Woods blames society and school failures for the tragedy. Yeah, I think that's absolutely the truth. Even if you don't like the sheriff, the truth is the society breakdown and just everything. It's sucks. I mean, you have a 12-year-old riding around. It's insane. Yeah, I don't really understand that sentence about the trunk. Where was that? Up here, where it said, right here. According to the affidavit, Silvernails was driving. The male victim was in the front passenger seat, and Quarles was in the trunk, smoking. And now, does that mean trunk like way in the far back? I mean, trunk to me means like under a shut door in the back. It's crazy. Absolutely nuts. So that's basically the update. So now we know it's just kind of this really crazy night of everybody doing bad things, and somehow, somebody, they just ended up shooting each other, basically. Man, what a tragedy. I mean, that really is a tragedy in that one. That one's just, all these young people, and 3 are dead, and one of them, at least one, was doing really well in school and a really good athlete, female athlete, and dead. So, as you guys know, on this channel, I mean, even a night like this, I try to, the freaks support the channel with super chats and whatnot, and I try to donate at least 50% of the net revenue to various charities throughout the year, and we're at 142 or 3,000 since January 2020, and you guys are the sole reason that allowed me to keep doing the show every single night. Because without your support, there is no ad revenue on live stream true crime. I don't know why they determine it that way, but it just is that way, and it sucks. But I mean, to be honest with you, I wish there was ad revenue on. I mean, sometimes ads pop up, but there isn't any over here. we sure as hell don't get that. So, hey, thanks, Scouting Dude and Tosh. Oh, that's right. We get to hear the avocado dance.
Cup of Joe.
Cup of Joe. I can't even breathe that fast. Or that, I can't hold my breath that long. Thanks, Lisa Taylor, too.
Start a wave, everyone.
One thing I was going to say to all the mods out there, I appreciate your work, being here all the time, but also, you don't have to feel like you've got to be here like every day. Like if I'm doing a live show, like if you want to be here, that's awesome. But, if you have something else to be doing, you don't have to be here. And I also want it so, when you're doing the show, you don't have to be, you can be paying attention to the show too, right? Like you can actually be watching the show and just the normal thing, and just every once in a while when some random wacko comes in there, that's when you jump in there, right? I don't want you to feel like you can't enjoy the show, actually. Thanks, Robin. Okay, we're going to move on to the Madeline Kingsbury one. Here's a press release that the city of Winona put out. It says, "We are announcing the end of the large organized search for Madeline Kingsbury. About 1,900 people volunteered their time to look for her yesterday, with another 700 searching today. Due to this incredible turnout, we are able to cover substantially more ground in a shorter time than expected. We want to thank the community for the overwhelming show of support for Maddie and her family, which brings us that much closer to finding her and bringing her home. Thank you, Adniran. The search for Maddie is not ending, and neither is the investigation into her disappearance. As we develop new leads, the new search areas, teams of law enforcement officers will do targeted searches. Agents from Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension remain on the ground in Winona, lending their support and resources to the investigation. Meanwhile, Fillmore and Winona counties, along with many other partners in public safety, are standing by, ready to assist at any moment. We are not giving up, and we want to thank everyone for their continued support for Maddie and her family." Let's see. Cops and community search effort for missing Minnesota mom Madeline Kingsbury. So after scores of volunteers turned out to help search for missing Minnesota for mom Madeline Kingsbury, officials announced Saturday they were disbanding the massive community effort. Due to this incredible turnout, we are able to cover substantial. We already read that part, so let's see. The 26-year-old Kingsbury was last seen March 31st when she dropped her two kids, aged 5 and 12, off at their Winona daycare. That was at 8 in the morning, with her father, officials said this week. A Facebook page dedicated to finding Kingsbury shared photos of her tattoos and is selling T-shirts featuring her image. We, the Kingsbury and neighbor families, are overwhelmed by the outpouring of love for Maddie. To help identify Kingsbury, the page posted photos of her tattoos, which include the phrase, "From the ashes a fire shall be woken." So I guess that's one of her tattoos there. That must have been when she was pregnant or ate some beans. Not really sure. Hey, thanks. Great Karn for you. Why do you think that, Susie? I'm not sure what you're saying, Susie. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're referring to. I have a Discord, yep, that's right. Why don't you send me an email of what you're talking about? Thank you, Great Karn for you. Yeah, send me an email or something if you have something you want to tell me. I don't have any idea what you're saying. This one's in Minnesota here, if I remember right. Yeah, missing Minnesota mom. Let me just try to do it by memory. So at 8 in the morning, her and her ex-boyfriend, or a boyfriend that she was no longer seeing, I guess, who is also the father of their 2 children, they dropped the kids off at daycare at 8 in the morning. Then, obviously, then she returns home, and he says that at 10 in the morning, he drove Mrs. Kingsbury's, or Miss Kingsbury's van away at 10 in the morning, and then he drove south down. I mean, I actually have it all in here, so hold on a second. Yeah, right here. So she lives right here at 8:15. She got home, and obviously the boyfriend was likely with her because they went together. And then he says at 10 a.m. he drove her van from here and drove all the way down just like this on this blue line, basically. And then ended up in this county. Let me see. I can tell you the name of it. It is Fillmore County. And then drove down into this county, and that would have been, sometime after 10, obviously. But his father lives down here. Now that should be pretty suspicious to anyone, that now he's heading down into this county, and that's exactly where his father lives, down here. And then after that, he drove back up north again, and I figured it out that it takes 52 minutes to drive one way, or 50, let's just say 50 minutes. So then that's an hour and 40 minutes round trip. He was gone for 3 hours and 30 minutes, so that means an hour and 50 minutes or so he spent doing something else down here. So then he drives back, and he gets back home at 1:30, and then apparently he backs the van in the driveway, and police say that the van was then from 1:30 on. Okay, now inside the house, she left her phone, jacket, wallet. Then when he came home, he got home at 1:30, and he claims that she just wasn't there now. She just disappeared. She disappeared, and leaving her phone, jacket, wallet, ID. Doesn't it make more sense that something really bad happened in that house, and that is why the car is driving south right there, and she is likely in that vehicle, her body placed somewhere, then he drives back, and that's why all those items are still in the house. He's the one that was driving. Unless we're to believe, in that small amount of time, she abandoned her children forever. Anybody believe that? Deep vids of me? Okay, I don't know what that means, Susie. But send me an email and give me a link to it so we can get it reported to the... I mean, I have a connection in the FBI that I've contacted before, so I'll have to do it again. Yeah. I just don't see anybody really believing that... I mean, the police even seem to suggest, but they just don't say it. They go, we don't have any suspects, because they don't want to make him nervous. Okay, I'm just telling you right now that if he doesn't have something to do with it, it's a miracle. I mean, absolute miracle. I mean, just given that timing, don't you find that pretty suspicious? What do you mean he was moving out that day? Where does it say that? Maybe it's in the article that I'm looking at here. Over 1,860 people, including volunteer fire departments and first responders, showed up the mass search in Winona and Fillmore counties to find Kingsbury. There was a large amount, and by the way, people have been making fake accounts a million times, Susie. So, you can go ahead and do what you want to go spread around all the information. I get millions of accounts. It's so many accounts that pretend to be me, put out a bunch of bullshit, and it's just over and over and over again. So it's not something new. Let's see. After Kingsbury dropped your children off March 31st, you returned home at 8:15. But the clinical research coordinator at Mayo Clinic did not show up for work and did not respond to calls from family and friends. The children's father, who has not been named, told authorities that he left home in the dark blue vehicle around 10 a.m., and when he returned later, Kingsbury wasn't there. All of this is extremely out of character for her, police said, adding that they were looking for any video showing where the van may have gone. Authorities believe that a van matching the description of Kingsbury was traveling in Winona County and then in Fillmore County between 10 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. Kingsbury's family did not immediately respond to a request to comment. Okay. Megan Kingsbury, this is on Fox News, received a goofy text from, let's see. Megan Kingsbury received a goofy text from her sister Madeline the morning she went missing, and that was the last time things were normal, she told Fox News Digital in an exclusive interview. Madeline, a 26-year-old mom of two young children, has been missing since March 31st, and Winona, Minnesota Police Chief Tom Williams called her disappearance suspicious and involuntary. We were chuckling about a funny photo exchange between us, and that was the last communication with me. So when they say funny, it was actually literally, goofy. It was, goofy. And it says, we were chuckling about a funny photo exchange between us, and that was the last communication with me with any of my family or her other friends, said Megan, referring to the 8:15 a.m. That's right when she got home. I think that's interesting that she was in a goofy mood, so that probably it was in Gray's chat. What are you talking about, Jeff? Oh, she said that that lady yesterday, you're saying, said that he was moving out. I thought they were just breaking up. But yeah, I guess it could mean that he was moving out. But that alone, just the fact that they're just breaking up, he's over at the house and he takes her car. What for? Why did he need to take her van down south? Well, go find the exact quote, Jeff. That'll be your mission. Take off and go find it and maybe come back. What good does it do to tell me about it and then it's not here? We have to stop the show, go to yesterday's show and try to find it, or I'm not sure how to do that one, Jeff. Yes, you ask her which Friday? Don't have any idea what that means, Jeff. Concern really started the evening of Friday, March 31st. My mom messaged me if I had heard from my sister that day because my mom had sent some messages that had no response. Madeline family called on her friends, called all of her friends, and none of them heard from her either. The sisters had plans to hang out the next day, and Madeline typically calls the day before to iron out details. And then it says, this is a very unlike her, Megan said. She's not the type of person who would want to take a break and not tell anybody. Well, especially when she was goofy texting at 8:15 in the morning. See, that should be another red flag, is that she's goofy texting at 8:15 in the morning, right when she got home with the soon-to-be ex or whatever. And then an hour and 45 minutes later, he's driving away. Yeah, I have no idea what that means, Jeff. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember every second of every show. Yeah. So she said something, and I said, which Friday? I don't remember that at all. The case became more alarming when police found Madeline's phone, wallet, ID, and jacket, and that she wore earlier in the day. Megan said the focus had been concentrated on a 3-hour time period between 1:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. Madeline's 2014 dark blue Chrysler left her home at about 10 a.m. and returned at 1:30 p.m., according to Chief, who said he couldn't say who was driving and was scheduled. Well, you know who was driving it because you already said that the boyfriend was driving it. I mean, here's the thing. The boyfriend said he was driving it. So, of course, he was driving it. He probably thought he was on camera getting into it, so he said, yeah, I was driving it. So you don't have to say you couldn't say who was driving it. You already know that the boyfriend said he was driving it. If she was driving it, he would have just said she was driving it. And that she returned home and doesn't know where she went. Williams said nothing indicates Maddie left on foot or in another vehicle. Winona Police and the Fillmore County Sheriff's Office asked everyone in and around the highlighted areas to check all security cameras and doorbell cameras, walk their properties, check all... See, that's pretty ominous when they want people to go check the properties, check all buildings, and call Winona Police Department at 507-457-6302. Police are also asking that everyone in those areas to save any video footage from March 31st to April 1st, regardless of if you see something or not. Okay, so this is the... Let's see if we can find these areas. Okay, yeah, so they have this area. Whoever put this in there was just dumb about it. You know, just you cut it off so you can't even see it. You can't open it. All right, let me go to here. Maybe I have to go to there. Maybe if I go to, is it a Facebook? Okay, the Winona Police Department Facebook page. Winona Police Department. Thank you, Scouting Dude. Another cup of Joe. I'm gonna be...
Cup of Joe.
Okay, here we go. Now we can see the thing. Okay, so that is... It's kind of closer in like this. Let me see if I can draw it exactly how they have it here. Right here. It's about right there. Oh yeah, to the right. About right here. And then right here. And like that. Hey, thanks, Kathy Freidenmaker. Boom. And so that's their first one that they've got there. So like that. And what's this other thing that they're doing? Why do they want people to look specifically in these areas? Let's see. Min City Boat Club. Okay, right there. Alright. Sort of see this. Let me pick a different time of year here. Yeah, it kind of always looks the same. I think it's in this area right here though. Yeah, okay, I can kind of see it now. So they want it from about right here to there. And just basically this area right here. So these are the areas that they want people to search. Okay, and then there's this one. Let's see what this is. Where's Highway 90? Kathy Freidenmaker. Minnesota Equestrian Center. Yeah, so right there. Okay. So they want people to search. They must know that there's a missing time for them to want this. They want people to search from this comes down and then boom right here. So right here it's about like this. Then here. And then it was down to just this area right here, like this. And then here, about right there. Like that. So those are the areas I think they had a bunch of people searching. Well, if you live in these areas, make sure that you're checking your property for various things. Let me see what it said earlier. So you're looking for information during the time frame of 8 a.m. It says along the Highway 43 corridor of Winona and Fillmore counties. If you have any information, please contact the Winona Police Department. So there you go. They're always here, Susie, these trolls. So Yeah, it's the same thing. There's nothing different what you're saying, Susie. You keep typing it in, but it's the same thing. Never changes. Okay. I'm just going to read you the email that Susie Peterson sent, okay? It says, there's a troll Discord server of people from Kiwi Farms and 4chan. Some of them frequent your chats a lot to get a good feel for you and how to impersonate you best. They are planning to make fake accounts, deep fake videos and audio using AI, and a few others wanted to let you know because it's going too far. I'm not even sure why you. I got an invite and have been banned for speaking out against their plans. Yeah, well anyways, thanks for doing that and everything like that. Appreciate it, but you know, it's better just for everybody to know. I read your email. It's the same shit that I always get. People know who I am, so, you know, just knowing that there's going to be, you know, quote, deep fakes and AI and all this bullshit. Come on, give me a break, all right? Yeah, what about alien abduction, too? Why don't you give me the name of the Discord server, Susie? Send me an email with that. That'll probably be better. So I can send it to the right people. I don't know when you say Kiwi. What is Kiwi Farms? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Thank you, Tosh. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I thought you guys always give that guy Rebecca a lot of chances. I don't know why, but. Yeah. But I appreciate you. I'm sorry if you got banned. I know that there's hate-filled shit all over, in this one area on Reddit and shit where those are the people that created the Discord server, and some people quit the Discord server publicly on there because they thought they was going too far. Okay? Jesus. Give me a break. I mean, you know what's weirder is that these people are so focused in on somebody. They're ashamed that we've given away $143,000 to various charities. Now, if I made $150,000, that's too much, or 160, or I mean, if I made $300,000 and I donated 140, that's an insane percentage. Okay, this is a monetized YouTube channel. You guys support me, so I give back a lot of it. Okay, it's my choice though, but we get a lot done and we make a huge difference out there. The difference is these people don't care. They just hate they're just hate-filled people. That's all you can tell. That's all you can say about them. Yeah, I don't know what that means. The original, I have everybody blocked over there, so I don't follow anybody. Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is create. I think what she's doing is, I mean, it's possible that she's just over here trying to create drama. Look, I got him to talk about it. Oh, look at that. And it's just funny to all of them. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, if you guys want to, support the channel through the troll fund, that'd be freaking great. If not, we'll make all their dreams come true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, let me just, for anybody new here, I'll tell you what we're. Hold on. Well, looks like the dogs are gone. Hey, thank you, Kelsey206, who said, "Love what you do on your channel. Proud to be a freak." Awesome. Oh, and there's Bama Forever, who said, "Why can't people just be kind? It's really simple." Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's hard when you're running a show to be totally kind every 5 seconds, but, because it's just, there's so much crap going on.
Love what you do on your channel. Proud to be a freak.
But it's just weird to have people out there. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Why can't PPA just be kind?
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be... Like, right over here it says... Oh, Lisa Taylor, thank you. It says, "Play nice, everyone." Yeah. The thing is, I never go do any of that stuff.
Great choice.
Ever. It's ridiculous. I don't have time. I'm trying to get ready for shows or doing 8-hour streams.
Play nice, everyone.
Yes, the Illuminati is now after Dre Hughes Investigates, along with the tarot card reading company called Iglaglu Glaglang out of Singapore. Unbelievable group of people. You ever heard of them? Didn't think so. Thank you, Marie Crossley, Lisa Taylor, Robin, Bama Forever, Kelsey206, Tosh. Yeah, I'm just going to be me. I think it'll be funny to see these deep fakes. Man, be hilarious. People are going to, just absolutely know. Oh, yeah. Jeez. I mean, they look pretty good when you see the ones like with Tom Cruise and everybody, but I mean, man, you're going to waste that much time on a YouTuber? Oh, and using AI. Ooh, artificial intelligence, everybody. Whew, wow. It's going to be really spooky. Spell what? AI? Well, A and I. Anyways, thank you guys. But what I was going to say a minute ago, see, look at the screen. See, I know we've seen it so many times. It's like, oh, yeah, whatever. But look at that. From the income from the channel, we've given away to various charities like NCMEC and Texas Equisearch, RAIN, the DNA Fund, $143,000. You could buy like a nice house in some states for that. $143,250. And 62,000 of it was last year, and then 42 the year before, and 22 the year before that, and we're already at 16,500. It's kind of, if we do 50 something this year, it'll be awesome. That means we're just, last year was just crazy. There was like 3 months of like ludicrous where I was able to donate like 8 and 10. I mean, it was wild. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, that's a ton of difference-making money. And it wouldn't happen if it wasn't for all the freaks who support me, been supporting me for all those years. And that's just how it works. And that includes like super chats, the channel memberships, I use PayPal to augment it a lot of times, but I also use PayPal for, I sell the notebooks and everything on there, and I try to, use it for if I need computers or have to go on trips or whatever. Now, one of these days, pretty soon, I'm gonna probably head over to Idaho. Maybe I'll do like a double thing. Go to the Idaho crime scene, and then head on over to Lori Daybell's trial. Meet Larry and Kay again, and have a scotch. There you go. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, they don't like me because I'm, if somebody comes in with some craziness, I'll say something. And it just is what it is. Yeah. So thank you guys. Yeah, but if you're out there, Susie Peterson, send me the link to the actual Discord. That'd be great. Thanks. Yeah, I played golf today. I think I shot like 84. I didn't play good. I had 3 double bogeys. Just bad. No reason for them either. But they also set it up really bad. Like they made these holes where they had us tee off into the wind from like the pro tee box way back, and you're just sort of like, what? I mean, you turn a 420-yard hole is now a par 5 because you're into the wind, and we can't really hit. You have to hit the ball 240 into the wind to even have a shot to get on that green in 2. So. Kind of just tee off, hope you get a bogey somehow, and get the hell out of there. Yeah, the trolls don't donate anything. They tried to start up something on that on the Reddit thing. This whole group of people who hate me so much that they were donating money to the same DNA fund that I donate to. Okay, but I was like, wow, so I should get credit for that too, right? I mean, you guys wouldn't have sent them a nickel if it wasn't for the hate for me, so thank you. I should start adding those numbers to it, because you wouldn't even have thought of sending them a freaking nickel. Oh, is that what the deal was today? Everybody was out using their driver, because we play every week, and today was just packed, filled with just hackers, just all over the place. Well, not every week. I haven't been able to play. I finally, I feel, that walking, I'm telling you guys, makes such a big difference. Just walk. Walk all the time. Walk. Doing the thing, park in the back of the parking lot. Yeah, come on. Go for an actual walk, all right? The bot should be on already. Isn't it? Let's see. Link. Or, let's see. I'm just testing the bot. Let me see. If it's not, maybe I'll try it. Yeah, it's right there, see? It popped. Let me go. I gotta get some water. Hold on a second. I guess that's something I forgot to do. No, you did not miss it, Elaine. sure to hit that like button though, everybody. No? What is no? Just no? See, in chat, everybody has to tag everybody if you're responding to them so they know who you're talking to. Because you could have somebody say, do I have a big zit on my face? And then a second later somebody says, do you like me? And then you type in no. But no, the no was for the zit on my face. Not the no for Africa. The tacos smashing. Yeah, see? Nobody knows what that was for. Alright. Well, I guess we're moving on now to... I don't think there was anything more in that. Yeah, I guess that's the whole family and friends wearing the shirt. Police have said at this point there's no suspect in the Madeline... Bullshit. There is no suspect in the Madeline's disappearance. And Megan didn't get into questions about the children's father or the online theories. There's a lot of speculation, of course, with people coming up with theories and asking a lot of questions. I mean, it's always possible that he hasn't had anything to do with it. It just doesn't make sense. He's the one that says he was driving the van away from the house at 10 in the morning, and then he drove it back at 1:30, and in that time, she disappeared off the planet. I don't think so. Doesn't make sense. And why were you using her van? You obviously had a car that you showed up. So if he was moving out, is that why he was using the van, he claims? Yeah, Jesus. So that's her right there. Madeline Kingsbury, 26, was last seen dropping her children off at a daycare at 9 a.m. on March 31st. It's brutal. Not good. And so that's why they want the public to search, but apparently there were police, they got a search warrant for this property down here. Or I think that's the property. That's where they lived at one point, but there's another one apparently down in this area somewhere. Oh, you can't see shit. Sorry, right here. Yeah, so he drives all the way down here, but the father lives down here, and they got a search warrant for that property. Well, I don't know if he does, Dim. He said he was driving the vehicle. That's all he said. All right, let's do the Karen Caughlin story now. And this took place on March 16th, 1974. Okay? One of the cold cases. What's that? A sentry at the Kurdish guerrilla army stands watch in northern Iraq. Huh. Alright, so anyways, body of girl 14 found in ditch. And this is in, I think this is Canada, if I remember right. Doesn't specifically point out, but it doesn't say. Yeah, there it is. Ontario, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, right there. Okay. The badly beaten body of a 14-year-old Let's see. Sarnia girl was found in a back road ditch near Petrolia. So we'll get this all mapped out. Hey, wow, thanks. Tosh. Wakes me up, that music. How about you guys? Thanks, Lisa Taylor.
Cold case wave.
And
Ocean
thanks,
wave,
Lisa Taylor.
Ocean wave.
Oh, and Simple Life Days. Wow, you guys are... man. The freaks. The generous freaks. Maybe I need to do this one. Thanks, freaks. But you called us freaks, Gray. That's so... Well, that's what you're called. Oh, okay. Okay.
What, are you trying to imitate me now?
Yeah, I'm trying to imitate you. Yeah, it's weird when you actually imitate Mary Lou with your own voice.
I don't even know what that means, Gray. I don't know what that means.
Alright, let me find where Petrolia is. Petrolia, Ontario, Canada. That's in some weird place. It's kind of just right next to Michigan. You know, it's sort of interesting, right? Because, I mean, this is where Fox Island and all that was, right? And here's this other girl right over here, just over the border of Canada. I mean, I'm just randomly thinking of this. That's 2 years before those events. Remember that? Alright. Let's just get a pin right here. Petrolia, Ontario, Canada. Yeah, thank you guys. You guys are awesome. The badly beaten body of a 14-year-old Sarnia girl was found in a back road ditch near Petrolia. So where's Sarnia then? So she's from Sarnia. Okay, so she's from this town here. Never even heard of it. Sadly. Does it share? Like, what's this called over here? That's in Michigan. Right? Yeah. So the river separates. Is it still Sarnia? So is there a Sarnia, Michigan, too? Or it's pretty weird. No, Port Huron. That's what it's called. Okay.
:basic generous :basic blue. Thanks for all you
Thank
do,
you,
Ray.
Elaine.
This case has puzzled our community for so long. It's on the border of Port Huron, Michigan and Canada.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I can see it right here. Port Huron and Sarnia. It's weird too, because it must be where you have to show your passport just going over to that same, almost the same apparent city, but it's just separated by a river. It's not even the same country, so you can't just go back and forth. And it doesn't even look like there's a bridge here, but I wonder, there's got to be like a place where you have to check in at some... Yeah, right there. There you go. Right there. And there must be something similar on this side, and yes, there is. Interesting. I wonder if that's a place where people try to sneak across. Because all you'd have to do is come down here somewhere and just try to swim across the river at night or something. You could get into the country. It's not really that difficult. I digress. Alright. The girl was identified late Sunday as Karen Lee Ann Coughlin of Sarnia, who had been dead for more than 24 hours when her body was found by Fred Bygrove, a passing motorist of RR4 Petrolia. They mark these that way. Let's see. Rural route 4 RR4 14. Maybe that's what these numbers are. There's 4 right there. So yeah, maybe that's the road there. But it sounds like he's from that road. That's where he lives. I was on my way to see my son at about 10 a.m., Mr. Bygrove explained. I don't know if it was her wristwatch or red sock that caught my eye, but I stopped and backed up. She was in a little ditch about 2 feet off the road. She was fully clothed, except for her shoes and her coat, lying face up. Fully clothed except for her shoes and her coat. I'm trying to think about the similarities, if there is any, to the Children of the Snow. And what time of year was this? March, so. Mr. Bygrove said the coat was found folded, half concealed under a bush. That's interesting. Between the body and the brush pile was a fair amount of blood. Inspector J.C. McHenry of the Criminal Investigation Division, OPP Toronto, said Sunday he was treating the death as murder. The cause of death was established following an autopsy Saturday by police. Released no details other than saying that multiple bruises and abrasions were found were found over most of the body. Police said positive identification has been made thanks to the cooperation of the students of Sarnia Collegiate Institute, who spent 2 days searching school photographs in an attempt to identify the victim. Wow, Jesus, that's how they had to do that? Contacted this morning, police in Petrolia would not that's over here. Wait, girl 5 dies of wound from gun. Just the right page? It's weird. Gas shut off hits Hamilton. A model. Girl 5 dies. Woman urged to reunite. Gasoline high. Quota. I don't know what the hell what's going on here. Let's see. Sarnia, page 4. I don't know why my eye just might not be able to see it, but maybe it's just some really tiny little model. Is this not page 4? Oh, that's 3. Jeez. Okay. There it is. They don't know the exact cause of death or identification of the victim. Sunday, Inspector McHenry said objects which could have been used as weapons have been recovered by police. He said body specimens were being sent to the Forensic Science Laboratory in Toronto to determine if the girl had been sexually attacked. Police officers from Petrolia Detachment sealed off the area on the area of Clare Freer Side Road. Oh, let's see where that is. So this is Clare Freer Side Road. Man, jeez. Clare Freer. Doesn't exist anymore. Between 12 Enniskillen Township and Lambien County Road. God, man, are you kidding me? 12. It's hard to read this. Let me zoom in on it. There it is. 12 Enniskillen Township. That doesn't exist either anymore. Or something. I don't know. It's not showing up on here. Lambton County Road 14. Now this is Lambton. Okay, so 14 was right here. Between Connecticut, or CON 12. Okay, so let's just say that's 14, and then where's 12? Watford. Well, there's 14. Let me just put a pin on 14 just so I don't lose it. Oh, so now they're just doing the troll thing, these people. No, it's not real Kiwi, alright? Trust me. All right? They're just doing the, hey, let's make Ray paranoid. Oh, yeah. Let's make Ray paranoid. Let's go on there and we'll just say all these things. Right. Alright, let's see. What do you mean you've not heard of the Children of the Snow? We just covered it the other day. We did a whole show on it. It was incredible, really. This massive pedophile ring, possibly connected, that lives on an island just off the Michigan, with a airstrip and everything, just very similar to Epstein. Okay, police officers from Petrolia Detachment sealed off the area on Clare Freer Side Road between 12 Enniskillen Township and Lambton County Road 14 on Sunday to scour the area for clues. Roadblocks were set up in the area Sunday, and traffic was turned back after an officer recorded identifications and vehicle information from each driver and passenger. The dead girl was described as being 5 feet 6 inches tall, 106 pounds, long brown hair, and hazel eyes. She was wearing blue jeans and a white V-neck wool sweater with a tie in the back. A short jacket with gold buttons, sheepskin sleeves, and collar was near the body. So that was her jacket, buttons, and collar. Okay, so police believed at first there was a possibility the girl was a hit-and-run victim. The murder was the second in the district within the last 2 weeks. On March 2nd, the body of Judy Barsky, 19, of Strathroy was found in a town laneway with their throat slashed. God, I wonder if they ever solved that one. Between Con 12. God, what kind of names are these? Anybody know what that means? Like Con 12? Yeah. It's just like the state of Washington has the worst address system in the history of the planet. I live on 135th and 119th. That's why you have worded like 115th and Belmont, you know? Makes it really simple. But we have, I live on 143rd and 119th. Really? Huh? Do you guys both live in Canada or something? Okay, no. Yeah, no, that's not it, you guys. It's not concession 12. And why would con be concession? Is that a name of some sort of like township or something in Canada? And what's Enniskillen Township? That doesn't even exist. If you type in Enniskillen, let's see. Maybe this will be something. Okay, down here. Okay, so there is some place that says Township of Enniskillen. Okay, so it's not worded exactly the same. So there you go. Is that 12 then? It's 21. 14. Okay, so it's saying Con 12, Enniskillen Township, and Lambton County Road 14. So that is this one. 14 is the one up here. And this is Enniskillen is right. Well, that's the township, so it could be the whole area over here. Yeah, but we don't use words like concession over here. Why do you keep typing that in, Slink? Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Hello. What documentary, Plato? What are you talking about? We're just going over the case. Okay, now it's confession. Okay, so a county and concession. Okay. So there's a county 12 up here. Now there's 12 up way the hell up there, but that's not nowhere near down here. That's what I meant to mean, confession 12. What? Okay, you don't use concession anymore either. Alright, well I can't find the Highway 12, Road 12 or whatever. Unless maybe if I zoom in. There's 14. Maybe they meant 21 and not 12. I guess we'll find out later. All right, let me move on. I got to get off of this. Now let me throw out give you a picture of her. That's her right there. Almost looks like a Bundy type, you know. He always liked the ones with the dark hair split in the middle. Brown hair. So it says autopsy awaited in death of girl. Investigating officers are still awaiting an autopsy report to determine the cause of death of 14-year-old Karen Lee Coughlin, whose body was found in an Enniskillen Township ditch early Saturday morning. A spokesman for the Petrolia Detachment said there were no new developments. He added that there is no concrete evidence to support either the theory or murder or a possible hit-and-run accident. Ms. Coughlin of 171 Brock Street in Sarnia, so now we can put that in there. 171 Brock Street, Sarnia, Ontario. That should be over to the west over there. Right here. Look how close that was to the random pin. Now, by the way, I am here, everybody. How's it going? How's it going? Freaks! Hold on a second. Let me put that address in the description of this. Wait, what happened? Uh-oh. Ooh. Did it just disappear on me? Uh-oh. Something, let's see what happened. Something froze for a second. There we go. Now it's paused again. Saying not responding. Now it's responding. Oops. Man, this thing is crazy right here. It's just pausing. It's clocking away. Okay, I think that's good. Let me save it before I lose it. Alright, let's go down to the street. We can see it. So that's where she lived, 171. Miss Coughlin of 171 Brock Street, South Sarnia, was found in a ditch on Enniskillen Side Road 6 now. Let me try it one. Now I gotta go look one more time. So Side Road 6 is probably like a rural route. Now it's number 6. What do they call these? Are these? So there's 4, but Enniskillen was down here. Let's try that one more time. Enniskillen. Okay, so there's the Enniskillen Township. And they said Side Road 6. So when they say side road, is that a vertical one or? All the numbers are gone now. 21, 80, 21. Can you go to Street View on these? Let's see what happens. See what the number is on that. Of course, it goes away right when I... Where'd it go? Tile Yard. See, none of these names are on Google Earth though. It's stupid. There you go. There's Rock by Lane. Now they showed up. I don't know, man. I can't. It's just so convoluted. Obviously. I tried. Maybe it'll be more specific later. About 5 miles northwest of Petrolia by a passing motorist. All right, let me just try one more time. One last thing. 5 miles north west from Petrolia. Okay, so let's just say if we were here and we went like that, how far is that? That's 3. Okay, 5 is about, like that was northwest. You know, something like in there. Alright, so there's 14. So we see that there. So maybe it's just right around in here. A side road. You know, 6. Something like that. And maybe they're not called that anymore. Like it used to be 6. Now it's has a name instead of a side road 6. Maybe they went to the light. There's a 26. But now these are all have names. Maybe at one point these side roads had numbers on them. What do you guys think of that? Because now this is 14. That is right in this area is 5 miles northwest. And usually they do it by driving. So it'd be like a 90-degree angle. So even if you went like this, up and left, it's the same distance as long as you're doing 90-degree angles there. So somewhere right around in this area, we'll say. So that got us a little closer. She has not been reported missing at the time. 5 miles northwest of... She had not been reported missing at the time. Her father, Joseph Coughlin, said she had left the school normally on Friday, and he had not become suspicious when she did not return home. He said he had assumed she stayed late at school to play in the gymnasium. Karen was a grade 9 student at Sarnia Collegiate Institute. So she's like, what, 15 or something? And technical school. Police cordoned off the area where the body was found until late Sunday night, questioning all persons attempting to use the roadway. Motorists were stopped and asked for identification before being turned away. OPP Inspector J.C. McHenry, where'd that go? Of Toronto has been called in to head the investigation. He said he is treating it as a murder. Ms. Coughlin is survived by her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Coughlin, 2 brothers, Michael and Daniel, at home, and 3 sisters, Mary Lou.
Hey, Mary Lou, yay!
Oh, come on. Kathleen and Marybeth, also at home, and a grandmother, Mrs. Elizabeth Taylor of Sarnia. Funeral services will be held at St. Joseph Roman Catholic Church at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. Yeah, we're just trying to get through the story, Canadian JoJo, if you don't mind. Just doing it our own way. We're just going through the articles. We don't need to know all this extra side stuff before we even get through it. All right, let's see. Police seek public aid. Investigating police are asking for public assistance in their probe of the Karen Caughlin murder. Op Inspector J.C. McKendry, leading investigation, has asked anyone who has heard anything or seen anything or has suspicions to call the Petrolia OPP detachment. The body of the 14-year-old Sarnia girl was found at about, so she's 14, 10 a.m. last Saturday, lying in a ditch about 5 miles northwest of here. Police said laboratory tests revealed that she was not sexually assaulted. Tests on a club retrieved from the area where she was found have not been completed. So the first article was the 18th and 19th. That one was the 22nd. This one is also on the 22nd. Yeah, we don't know anything about who was your high school friends? Who are you talking about? Canadian JoJo. Does it have anything to do with this case that we're doing right here? Where did you find that? These walls have eyes. That it became a name. Where did you read that? The Thompson line is way up here. That doesn't make sense. It's way up here, so that's something else. This is right here. This is Petrolia, 5 miles northwest. So that's a different one. You gotta find a different one. What do you mean on the phone with you? I don't even know what you're talking about, Canadian JoJo. I'm helping you, so I thought. That's who was on phone with me, and no. Who? What are you talking about? God, what in the hell? Oh, are you going to do the wow, just wow, Canadian JoJo? I'm just trying to get through the story the way I get through it. At the very end, if you want to chime in with all that you know, you can even call in, all that stuff. That'd be great. I just don't have any idea what you're referring to. This random person named Roy Core, and you went to high school with who? You mentioned multiple people. This is just one girl here. This is back in 1974. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's throwing me off. I don't know who that is, Canadian JoJo. No idea who that is. So, am I supposed to know who that is, or? Yeah, but these walls have eyes. That number 6 up there it's not in the right. It's way up here. Thompson line is way up here. So that can't be the one because it's 5 miles northwest of Petrolia. All right. Police ask public to aid in probe. Investigating police are asking for public assistance in their probe of Karen Caughlin's murder. Investigator McKendry, leading the investigation, had asked anyone who had heard anything or seen anything or has suspicions to call the Petrolia OPP detachment. The body of the 14-year-old Sarnia girl was found at about 10 a.m. last Saturday lying in a ditch about 5 miles northwest of here. Police said laboratory tests revealed that she was not sexually assaulted. Tests on a club retrieved from the area where she was found have not been completed. Inspector McKendry said he has traced the girl's movements to just after midnight Friday, but at that point we lose her altogether. According to Inspector, Miss Coughlin, a student at Sarnia Collegiate Institute and Technical School, had spent most of Friday evening roller skating. He said she asked a friend for a ride to her friend's home about 2 blocks from her own. The girlfriend was there, but she never came in, Inspector McKendry said. What do you mean the girlfriend was there? Okay, she asked a friend for a ride to another friend's house about 2 blocks from her own home. The girlfriend was there, but she never went into the house when she got there. Okay. I want to put you on timeout, Canadian JoJo. I don't have time to read. You're not that interesting to me, so I'm not reading all the comments, okay? I haven't seen anything that you said until just a couple minutes ago. So we're going to put you on timeout. When you can act like a regular human being, maybe come back in. Now, all your comments are gone, strewn throughout forever because of you, not me. My God. It's ridiculous. Pay attention. Ooh. Freaking God. Yeah, well, you think while I'm reading, I'm supposed to be able to see a comment that you made 30 miles up there? And you said you were friends with them? Who's them? We were talking about a girl here. Can I ask why there can't just be a show where I just get to present the information the way I want it, without somebody coming in and throwing in all this extra stuff that nobody's even talking about yet because we haven't got there? We might hear about all this stuff later because there's a whole bunch more articles to go through. Wouldn't that be awesome? I don't care, Cindy. God, you're always complaining about something yourself every single day. Yeah. Well, it's true. Somebody's up there goes, pay attention. I don't care what you have to say. Do you understand that when you're typing in endlessly about just random stuff? Let me get through the case, and then at the end, you can jump in and it'll be an interesting conversation. But what happens is people go, oh, I already know this case. I already know it. And they want to throw in everything into the chat, and how does that help anybody? Right, Cindy, isn't that amazing? And that's what you do almost every show. There's some kind of awkward comment. Not sure how that happens, but I know it would be. It'd be so awesome, but everybody's always an expert on everything. Okay, so let me try to get through this, all right? And then you guys can do whatever the hell you want to do, all right? This is what's been driving me nuts. You can never just do a show where people you get to get through it. I spent all this time looking for all the articles in order over time, and then somebody has to complain, and yeah. Well, it sounds like she got a ride, so it said, he said she asked a friend for a ride to her friend's home, about 2 blocks home. So after she was at the where was it that they were at? At the roller skating rink. She went and got a ride to a friend's house that's only just 2 blocks from her house. This friend claims that they dropped her off at that friend's house, and the girlfriend was there, but Miss Coughlin never came inside. So it makes you a little bit suspicious of the person just right there who said she dropped her off, because, I mean, what are the odds that there's some random killer type just sitting outside right as you dropped her off?
Chat jail time. Winking face.
Apparently I need to be in jail. That's what I like to do, Bama, forever. Just kind of go, and when people jump way ahead, and because they're just so excited that they know everything, and all of us are dingbats because we just started looking at something, I would suggest you might as well just not send them to me then, because the people who send them get disappointed if you don't cover it just the way they want you to. Mm-hmm. According to the inspector, Miss Coughlin, a student at the... So we already know that she went roller skating. Then she was supposed to get a ride home. A friend said, oh yeah, she wanted a ride home. I dropped her off right in front of the friend's house. I guess what it could have been was that there wasn't really... She wasn't even supposed to go to the friend's house. And she was meeting up with some guy that was going to pick her up, and then something happened. The girlfriend was there, but she never came in. So was the girlfriend... We have been canvassing... I wonder if the girlfriend knew that she was supposed to be there. We have been canvassing people in the area, and no one saw or heard of her after that. He added that his department would welcome any information from persons who may have seen the victim after midnight Friday. He added that any information received would be kept confident. Police stymied in probe. OPB says they are... This is now we're about 5 days later, the 27th of March. They are stymied in their attempts to trace the movements of Karen Caughlin, whose badly beaten body, now it's badly beaten body, was found in an Enniskillen Township ditch early March 16th. Police managed to determine what the girl had been doing up until midnight the night before, but after that the trail ends, a police spokesman said. Miss Coughlin, 14, was found at about 10 a.m. on the Saturday by passing motorists. Police at first suspected either a hit-and-run accident or murder, but now classified as a homicide. A hit-and-run accident or murder, but now... Well, isn't a murder a homicide? I don't get it. Inspector J.C. McKendry with the OPB Criminal Investigation Division has been working on the case and said he welcomes any public assistance he can get. He explained that the girl had been roller skating until about midnight the night before. Apparently, she and a girlfriend obtained a ride from her and a girlfriend obtained a ride from acquaintances to the home of Miss Coughlin's girlfriend. So now there's two girls. Apparently, she and a girlfriend obtained a ride from acquaintances to the home of Miss Coughlin's girlfriend. Her friend was dropped off first, and she was driven to a friend, and her friend was dropped off first. Apparently, she and a girlfriend obtained a ride from acquaintances to the home. I don't understand. See, now they're saying now the other girl was just dropped off somewhere else. Her friend was dropped off first, so maybe they're just giving rides home, and Miss Coughlin was supposed to go to a girlfriend's house, and she was driven to a friend's house only 2 blocks from her home. Police, they're not being very accurate in this article by using people's names, so it's hard to decipher. But it says her friend was dropped off first, and she was driven to a friend's house only 2 blocks from her own. Police said she never entered the friend's house. A purse belonging to the dead girl was found on Highway 21 near Wyoming, about 3 miles from where her body... So there must be a Wyoming street. Is there... Oh, here we go. So it's Wyoming. There's actually a town there. A purse belonging to the dead girl was found on Highway 21 near Wyoming, about 3 miles from where her body was discovered. And they said on Highway 21, so it's right here. And this is 21 going in, so let's just say her purse was found somewhere in this area. That's probably when the person was leaving. They threw that as they were leaving because she's from here, body there, and then the purse was further away. I doubt that something happened here, then dumped the body over here. So the purse, this is just near, and let's see how close it is to 3 miles. So somewhere right around, generally this area. We have no idea of knowing exactly, but let's just see if I measure it. I bet it's almost exactly 3 miles. If I go, that's 436. So now you kind of wonder, is this? Yeah, maybe it was one of these roads here, something like that. Or maybe it was further down here, or even further up. Maybe it was like right there, and then you go down there, and then... Well, that makes it longer, though. Yeah, that's what I said, Simple Life Days. Okay. Well, looks like that article's done. So then we go... then there wasn't really a ton, in at least the newspapers I was looking at, till May 3rd of 1974. Ontario provincial police are searching the Sarnia-Lambton area for a car believed to be involved in the death of 14-year-old Karen Caughlin on March 16th. OPP Inspector John McKendry said particles of paint were found on the girl's clothing, and laboratory analysis has pinpointed the make and model of the vehicle. Jesus, really? Well, how did that get on her clothing? How did particles of paint get on her? So is she hit and run again then, or? It's a little weird, don't you think? It's just amazing. In there. Miss Coughlin's body was found on the side of a road in Enniskillen Township, about 5 miles northwest of here. To date, police have been able to trace her movements to 1 a.m., now 1 a.m., on the same day. It is slow, tedious work. We are checking out cars for the make and model. Apparently more than 3,000 vehicles of the color involved were manufactured in 1 year, and police are checking out 2 production years. Tire marks were found. Remember, it was so cool when they used to do that type of police work like that. But how did paint get on her? The particles of paint were found on the girl's clothing, and laboratory analysis has pinpointed the make and model of the vehicle. And then there was just like nothing in the papers that I could find for a long time. Then there's some bigger articles that come in. That's probably her mom. Yeah, Kathy Coughlin holds up a poster. That's her sister, Karen, who was slain 30 years ago. Yeah, I guess that would be why it would seem like a mom, but at the time, 30 years before, she was much younger. Poster of her sister Karen, who was slain 30 years ago at age 14. The killing remains unsolved. This is 2004. I don't know. How do you get paint on you from a car? I mean, you'd have to be smashed by it. Like you sit against the car, you don't get paint chips on you. This is what life is like for Kathy Coughlin. She had to identify the battered body of her sister in an Ontario morgue when she was 16. She used to cry herself to sleep, lying beside her sister's grave. She tried to commit suicide to rid herself of the guilt that she lived while her sister died. She took drugs to bury the memories of seeing her sister's battered body lying in a Sarnia morgue. She drank herself into stupor each weekend, picking fights with friends and strangers to vent her anger at her sister's killer. That is what life is like for Kathy Coughlin. But now, she also has hope, or at least a semblance of it. I know what hope does to your life, says 46-year-old Calgary woman, a picture of her murdered sister Karen pinned to her chest. It chews at your life. We were sure we would never hope again. It took so long to get over just that. And now we are back to hoping. It has been 30 years and 8 months since Kathy Coughlin's 14-year-old sister Karen was murdered. Her body dumped in a lonely rural road in Petrolia, Ontario, close to Sarnia. She had been out roller skating with friends at a local rink, then caught a ride with some boys to a friend's house. Okay, they didn't say boys earlier. To a friend's house where she planned to stay the night. She got out of the car but never made it inside. A farmer found her body 9 hours later in a pool of blood, her discarded purse nearby. She had been beaten and then run over. Okay, so she was beaten then run over. See, that made more sense because somebody took her out there. It wasn't like she got in a car accident and the car knocked her 25 miles or whatever it is to the east. All right, I mean, let's just get from her house over here. So it's basically where her, what's that? Yeah, it's 13 miles away, right? So she got dropped off over there. So somebody took her out here and did something to her. Farmer found her body 9 hours later in a pool of blood, her discarded purse nearby. She had been beaten, then run over, the killer attempting to make it look like a hit and run. Ah, there you go. Nobody has been caught. Nobody charged. Nobody arrested. But last year, the Ontario Provincial Police reopened the file. I always like these are so interesting, these cases. Man, this account, you're just typing. Let's see. DNA breathes new life into investigation. This week, the province of Ontario posted a reward of $50,000 for information on the case. An officer has been appointed full-time to work on Karen Coughlin's murder. DNA has breathed new life on the investigation that her family thought had ended years ago. They have hairs, the killer's blood. Wow, really? ... hope. What does that mean? Hope, is that what that means? ... hope. Yeah, this is 30 years later, yeah. What do you mean after the fact? God, you guys, just let me read these things. An officer has been appointed full-time to work on Karen Coughlin's murder. DNA has breathed new life on the investigation that her family thought had ended years ago. They have hairs, the killer's blood, ... hope. The breakthrough has already taken its toll. 3 months after police recontacted the family after years of nothing, Barbara Coughlin, matriarch of the family, died. Her husband Joe, now 72, had a heart attack the day after an April rally to publicize the case. Kathy Coughlin says the stress and the sadness became too much for her parents. But news of the reward, the full-time officer, the DNA, maybe soon the family will get to wake from the nightmare that has consumed them for 3 decades. It brings us all back. We just figured they stuck it up on a shelf and never did anything, says Kathy Coughlin, who moved to Calgary 22 years ago to escape the ghosts of Sarnia. There are two emotions when they told me last year that they reopened the case. It all came back for me. It took me 2 months. I couldn't stop crying from October to December. We wish sometimes they'd never recontact us because the stuff ages you. But if they hadn't have contacted us, we would have got the posters out. The tips wouldn't have come in. Again, two emotions. I vowed to my mom, and why do they say two emotions? I don't get that. Again, two emotions. I vowed to my mom and to Karen that we aren't going to rest until this is solved. Maybe now. It's a sentence she can't finish. The brutal murder of 14-year-old Karen Caughlin, nicknamed Twiggy the Clown. Twiggy the Clown with the long brown hair. A marching angel shattered a town, community, and a family. It almost killed Kathy Coughlin as well. I tried to commit suicide. I had a nervous breakdown. Karen and I shared a bedroom for 14 years. Her entire life, we are extremely close. I just missed her so much. There were the midnight visits to the cemetery, shopping for Christmas presents for her sister 2 years after her death. I would just go out to the cemetery, and sit there in the middle of the night. I guess I was trying to believe she wasn't really gone. I guess I was trying to believe she was really gone. I don't really know what I was doing. There were drugs and the drink, the fights, the anger. I was drinking, not eating, not sleeping. On the weekend, I'd say, that's it, I'm getting wasted. I just lose myself. I did that for a while until I just broke down. I went to a hospital for a couple of weeks. My mom found out I tried to commit suicide. I thought I was crazy. I knew inside I had to leave Karen alone. I started doing drugs, but it didn't take long to figure out that when I woke up, the pain was still there. It was always coming at me. The anger, the violence. I just smashed things. I would start talking about her, and the anger would just come out. It would be different now, but back in the 70s, there were few counselors, few options for a teenager in crisis. Kathy Coughlin had nowhere to turn, so she turned on herself. I never talked to my parents about what I was going through. They were in their own hell. Why would I invite them into mine? Everybody was just trying to deal with it, but we were just kids. I didn't know what was happening to me mentally. I don't know if my mind wanted to accept it, but I saw her in the morgue. In Sarnia, memories of her sister were everywhere, so she fled to Calgary, as far away as she could get, followed later by her brother, but it just didn't work. Everywhere I went, I got it. It didn't matter if I was in the laundromat, the drugstore, or the bar. All I got was, I know who murdered your sister. That's part of the reason why I don't live there anymore, she says. I thought by moving, so there must be, like, people in the town might know something. You know? Hey, it's Lillian. You're trying to, okay, I'm trying to work through in chat. Not sure what that means. So who are the people in here from Canada? I'm not sure if they're still here anymore. Maybe it's too late. That's on the East Coast. The murder of Karen Caughlin tore her family apart. Her parents separated 5 years after her death. Her oldest brother is an alcoholic. He has never moved past he can't handle it, says Kathy. Her father, Joe, can't bear to talk about what happened 30 years ago. Kathy Coughlin was lucky. She had good friends that helped turn her around before her past overwhelmed her. She had a son, Sean, who made her stop and look at her life. She had another son, Joshua, who is now the same age as Karen was when she was killed. And she was given much of her life to bringing her sister's killer to justice. She has made posters, putting them up all over Sarnia. She has written many letters to Ontario police demanding action. This thing, it took me over and just devoured so many years of my life. It's the hate, and it's there for all of us. We have just had to shove it down and live, but you can't keep hate down. I went to counseling for a year. I had a child. That's when I knew I had to leave. I couldn't raise a child with all that anger. Even now, my son says to me, "Mom, this is taking you over." Kathy Coughlin doesn't know what to expect from her. From her current police investigation. She wonders about the man that killed her sister, who he is, where he is, and how he has lived with himself for 30 years. She has now visited the spot where her sister's body was found. She had never been able to go there. A place now marked by a wreath, some pictures and flowers. She describes it as this place just out on a country road. She wonders how she will react if someone is one day arrested. If we ever get into court, I'm really afraid to lay eyes on this guy after what he has done to my family. To Karen, I don't know what will happen, she says. But after 30 years of both remembering and trying to forget, Coughlin has something new in her life, something she let go for her own sanity. Hope. Can we hope now? Is it okay to hope? Yeah. I can't remember. Like, who was in here from Canada? Yeah, man. They have DNA, man. What are they doing? I mean, and actually, I wonder if it was. I mean, they might be telling the public it wasn't a sexual assault, but it was. You know, like they might not be just telling people that. That happens 90% of the time on those old ones. Oh, Elaine. Then there was. I thought there was some other ones. Let's see. Oh yeah, it was. Maybe Daryl Montgomery, I guess. I think he's Canadian. Yeah. Well, I intentionally timed her out. She was being rude as hell. I mean, just craziness in there. Yeah, I got to get rid of all those comments. Pay attention. I'm surprised one of the mods didn't get rid of that comment. That was really ridiculous. But anyways, I think this is pretty interesting. I mean, what the hell happened to her? It almost feels like those two boys who say they dropped her off. I mean, how do we know that they dropped her off? Right, now we're going all the way to 2014. I thought it said she wasn't. They had no evidence that she was. She was fully dressed, except she didn't have her shoes on or her jacket, but her jacket was folded under a bush. Cops seek help in 1974 cold case. I don't know, Revengeance. Think of something. I mean, just covering it gets it out. I mean, you know, people might see it. You know, maybe this will be seen by 2,500, 3,000 people, 4,000, whatever. And people go out and see it. I mean, so she drops her off, and then what? She gets abducted in a 2-block period? That's crazy. Ontario Provincial Police made a public... This is 2014, so this is 10 years after the last article. The 14-year-old Sarnia resident was found on the morning of Saturday, March 16, 1974, near the side of then 16th Side Road, or Freer Road, now known as Plowing Match Road. There we go. And what did you call it a minute ago? I don't think that was it. But Plowing Match Road. There it is. And that's right here. So I was really close with this. It's right there. And let's see, did somebody actually drive down? Ooh, somebody drove down Plowing that match. Now we know that there's actually a memorial on the ground. So let's see if we go down here. Could be the other. Well, I don't know if it goes the other side though, right? Is that? Yeah, it's still Plowing Match over here. So we'll have to look down 2 of them. Yeah, let's just do the whole road and see what we can from here. Yeah, see, it took a while, but now we have the full answer. It's like a dinosaur. Like a dinosaur bones. Anyways, you guys, we're almost at the notebook range. We've only got like 1 notebook left. So if you want to get to that spin. Almost got there early and then it just went ooh. I don't know, you can go share the video and maybe more people see it. I don't know what that means. What does that even mean? Reddit lose? Nobody knows what that means. God, if you're going to do a super chat troll, just, you know, if that's what you're doing, I don't know, but at least have English where people understand what the hell you're saying. That'd be great. Yeah, I mean, it's just a troll. Doesn't make any sense. But thanks. The ditch is probably just right along there somewhere, you know, just right off. They said it was just a couple feet off the road, right? Yeah, it's just stupid. But that's what they are over there. They're dumb people who actually don't understand anything. You could explain it to them 50,000 times. Wait, I see something coming up here. Right there. I bet that's it. Hey, thanks, Robin.
Almost there.
I think that's got to be the spot, though, don't you think? Years ago, nobody. Yeah, ruler got on a car. A farmer found her body 9 hours later in a pool of blood. She had been beaten. Nobody had been caught. But didn't she say she went out there? That's what I'm looking for. I would just go out there at the cemetery and sit there in the middle. Okay. She finally... Midnight visits the cemetery. Ah, hell, I can't. Jesus. Can't find it. Alright. Ontario Province made a public appeal Thursday and unveiled a case chronology video in the hope of reinvestigating the investigation into the death of Karen Caughlin. The 14-year-old Sarnia resident was found on the morning of Saturday, March 16, 1974, near the side of the then 6th Side Road, or Freer Road, now known as Plowing Match Road, between Churchill Line and LaSalle Line in Lambton County. At a news conference, members of the OPB Criminal Investigation Branch pointed out they are specifically looking at a 9-hour gap in the time between when Karen was last seen in the early morning, approximately 12:50 a.m. So don't you guys feel like that looks like a memorial, not a car accident type of thing? So I'm going to put that right there. I think that's exactly where her body was found. And it's very close to where, I just had it right here about, so. It's about 5 miles, and yeah. So let's just try one more. What was 3? It's 4.15. Maybe it was down here is where her purse was. Does that make it 3 if I go? How far is that? I can't see. Thanks, Papa Q. Yeah, that's what's so cool about Google Earth, That's why I think I'm better than other people at it, not to toot my horn or whatever the hell you want to call it, but these other people just kind of make fun of, it's like, ooh, map time, like a goofy little phrase. And, I think it's really important because you can actually, you put things out and then things make more sense, or allow you to speculate a little differently too. I mean, it's down this road, and her purse was found on 21 over here. So what does that mean? You know, the killer, I think, came from the town, put her body here, and then while leaving, sees the purse in the car and just chucks it out the window. And since they went this way, that means they likely live over here somewhere. Okay, so if I was going to make a guess, I mean, just could be way more than that, but I would say, you know, the killer would live, you know, more likely over in this direction, over here, because you're in the town here, her body's found there, and the purse is this way. That means they're going in this direction. I think it's more likely that, you know, it wasn't like they took her over here, killed her, and then on the way back dumped her body going back to the town that they're from. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. It seems like they were heading that way. So, there you go. Huh? Bike track. Yeah, over here, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, it's old. I mean, this is from 1974. It's irrelevant. All right, let's see. Anyone with information is to contact their OPP at 519-882-1011. That was the number in 2014, so it could still be good. I think, where were we at here? Yeah, so we're right here. Karen was last seen in the early morning, approximately 12:50 a.m. of Saturday, March 16th, in Sarnia. And when her body was discovered at around 9:50 a.m., so they're looking for the time between that, the 9-hour period. Police also want to speak or hear about anyone who may have seen or been with Coughlin on Friday, March 15th, at locations in her community or at Sarnia Collegiate Institute. I guess they had a 7-minute video on it. Come on, Cindy. You bring these cool kids. Yeah. Well, I think you're mean, Cindy. I think you're so mean. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to look at cold cases is to go through the newspaper articles from the time. You know, there's almost no way. I mean, it's really hard to get a hold of family members now, and on older ones like that. And sometimes they do come on after they see that somebody covered it.
You bring these cold cases to life.
All right, this is 2017. OPB to release new details. Ooh, what's this? New details about one of southwestern Ontario's most gripping case. Murders are expected to be released by the, so I guess not yet, Ontario Provincial Police on Thursday. Okay, I don't know. I'm going to have to go look back through this then. They provide an update on their investigation into the March 1974 death of 14-year-old Karen Caughlin. Coughlin was last seen just before 1 a.m. when friends said she had been roller skating at the former Rose Gardens in Point Edwards, dropped her off on Brock Street in Sarnia. Let's see. So this is Brock Street. And she actually lives on Brock Street, but it was 2 blocks away, so, you know, I mean, I don't know which direction she was Well, there's Brock Street right there, too. Well, there's a Brock Street south and north. And I don't know where the roller skating rink likely was probably down in this area. So, I mean, maybe she's dropped off right around in this spot. That's 2 blocks from her home, but don't know. But it was the former Rose Gardens in Point Edward. So where's Point Edward? Oh, so it was up here. Okay, so the roller skating was up here in this area. We'll just say. Ah, jeez. Okay. So let's just throw, we'll just say roller skating in this general area over here. Roller skating there. So now it seems more likely she was dropped off 2 blocks on Brock on the northern side, like over here. Could be the other side though. 2 blocks down the other way. When friends she had been roller skating with at the former Rose Gardens in Point Edwards dropped her off on Brock Street in Sarnia, she was going to spend the night with another friend who lived near her home, but Coughlin never arrived there. Her badly beaten body was discovered in a shallow ditch outside of Petrolia 9 hours later, 22 kilometers away from where she was last seen alive. In 2014, on the 40th anniversary of her death, OPP investigators released a 7-minute video laying out the chronology. Does anybody have a link to the video there? That'd be kind of interesting. Let me see. Karen Caughlin. Karen Caughlin chronology video. Ah, well. There we go. This is them. Look at OPB investigation into the death of Karen Caughlin.
In the early morning hours of March 16th,
That was pretty cool.
1974, Karen Coughlin's life tragically ended. Karen was 14 years old at the time of her death. Members of the Ontario Provincial Police Criminal Investigation Branch
Oh, there it
and
is.
Lambton County OPP are continuing their investigation into Karen's death. This video is intended to stimulate the memories of people who were in the area at that time. Can you help us?
I'm Detective Inspector Chris Avery of the Ontario Provincial Police Criminal Investigation Branch. Well, we're seeking new information from people that may have socialized with Karen on the evening before her death, and from people who may have been in the area where she was last seen alive, places like the Sarnia Arena in the area surrounding Brock Street.
Sarnia Arena. Is that right there? Maybe that's where the ice skating rink was, but that's nowhere near the... Well, that's where she would have been dropped off, so... Yeah, she'd have to pass that. So that's kind of cool that they brought that up. Let's see if that's the same building. So that means they think that she walked by that direction. Let me go back. Oh, 238 Brock Street. Okay, let's get that in there. Canarara Parks Road, Park Rose Garden. Okay, and then there's Canatara Park Rose Garden. Canatara Park Rose Garden. Let's see how close that is. Okay, so this is the area where the skating was, I guess, at one point. Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't say Rose Garden, but we'll just put it right there. Although they had on their map, it looked different than that. They have it way up in that corner. Let me go back and so that part sticks out. They have it like right here. Yeah, kind of almost like right over here. More over in that area. Probably a little bit further up. Actually on the other side of that. I would probably like right there. Okay, now back to the video.
Seen alive, places like the Sarnia Arena in the area.
Oh yeah, Sarnia Arena. That's what we were looking at a minute ago. Ah, dang it. I just wanted to see if that looked the same. I think it did. I think that looked very similar. Yeah, so that's the spot right there. Same angle, everything. Okay, there you go. So her home is right there, and she probably walked by. She was last seen there, so that must be where she was dropped off. But she would have walked by the Sarnia Arena. Let me rewind it.
People that may have socialized with Karen on the evening before her death, and from people who may have been in the area where she was last seen alive, places like the Sarnia Arena in the area surrounding Brock Street and Wellington Street in the city of Sarnia. I believe that someone out there that we have not yet spoken with saw Karen prior to her death in the early morning hours of March 16, 1974.
So she was dropped off quite a ways from her
Coughlin
home.
lived with her mother, father, and siblings in a two-story house at 171 Brock Street South in the city of Sarnia. She was the second youngest of the family, with 2 brothers and 3 sisters. The Sarnia Arena is located on the northeast corner of Brock Street South and Wellington Street, near Karen's house. Also in the neighborhood is Sarnia Collegiate.
We're on Wellington Street in the city of Sarnia, and we're in front of Sarnia Collegiate Institute and Technical School. It's also known as SKITS.
Oh, there it is right there. Skits. Is that the one he was pointing at? Yeah. skits.
This was Karen's school where she attended grade 9 in 1974.
After school on March 15th, 1974, Karen went to a girl.
I'm actually gonna make it, but it's not. I'm not gonna wear it like this Under Armour visor. I'm not gonna wear. I'm gonna make maybe one with a freak heart on it, or something. You know, maybe it just says GHI. That'd be kind of cool.
Friend's house, where they got ready to go roller skating later that evening. Rose Gardens, the indoor roller rink in Point Edward, was a popular location where Karen and her friends went to roller skate and socialize.
We're at the west end entrance of Canatera Park, and we're at the Memories of Rose Gardens Memorial. Rose Gardens was a roller rink in the 70s that was a gathering place and social spot for teenagers. It's located at the corner of Lake Chippewa Drive and Sandy Lane.
Yeah, let's get that. Let's make sure we get this right here. Lake Chippewa Drive and Sandy Lane. Hey, I was pretty close. So it was right more in that area, but not quite. So let's take a look at over a map from farther back in time. Maybe there'll be. I can't see it. Darn it. So that's 1999. Looks basically the same since then.
And Rose Gardens is no longer standing. And in the background over my shoulder is the apartment building that's now standing where Rose
Hey,
Gardens
thanks,
was.
Danielle. The
Karen
model.
and her friend were at Rose Gardens from approximately 7:45 p.m. to 11 p.m. on March 15, 1974. During this time, Karen had arranged to stay the night at another girlfriend's house very close to her own home on Brock Street South. She was expected to arrive before 1 a.m. The girls left Rose Gardens and accepted.
Okay.
Yeah, a GHI or freed visor.
So it's 7:45. So now we can put in all the stuff that they have to 11 p.m. roller skating. Oops. All right, there we go.
March 15th, 1974.
Man, I've actually been roller skating before when it was a thing in 70s.
During this time, Karen had arranged to stay the night at another girlfriend's house very close to her own home on Brock Street South. She was expected to arrive before 1 a.m.
Did you ever buy a notebook, Cindy?
Girls left Rose Gardens and accepted a ride with friends. At 12:50 a.m., the friends dropped Karen off alone at the second girlfriend's home and drove away.
Is that what the house looked like? Is that actually her house? Let me get this part again.
She was expected to arrive before 1 a.m.
At the friend's house.
The girls left Rose Gardens and accepted a ride with friends.
2 guys.
At 12:50 a.m., the friends dropped Karen off alone at the second girlfriend's home and drove away.
It's confusing how they word this shit. You know, what let me just try this
That's
again.
now standing.
Gotta
where
listen to
Rose
this
Gardens
again.
was.
It's too confusing to me.
Karen and her friend were at Rose Gardens from approximately 7:45 p.m. to 11 p.m. on March 15, 1974. During this time, Karen had arranged to stay the night at another girlfriend's house very close to her own home on Brock Street South. She was expected to arrive before 1 a.m. The girls left Rose Gardens and accepted a ride with friends. At 12:50 a.m., the friends dropped Karen off alone at the second girlfriend's home and drove away.
So what do you mean the second girlfriend's home? So that's the other girlfriend that got in the car with her? And then she was to make her way to the friend's house she was going to stay at? God, it's just... God.
We are at 238 South Brock Street.
Because remember, it was the friends before. It was the friends were the people, they got ride. Okay, one more time.
Close to her own home on Brock Street South, from approximately...
That's now standing where Rose Gardens was.
How do you know?
Karen and her friend were at Rose Gardens from approximately 7:45 p.m. to 11 p.m. on March 15, 1974. During this time, Karen had arranged to stay the night at another girlfriend's house.
Okay, another girlfriend's house, yep.
Very close to her own home on Brock Street South. She was expected to arrive before 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
The girls left Rose Gardens.
Okay, the girls left Rose Gardens
and accepted a ride with friends.
Okay, so she's with a girl and accepted a ride with friends.
At 12:50 a.m., the friends dropped Karen off alone.
So the friends, they accepted rides with friends. So the friends are the boys. They dropped Karen off alone
At the second girlfriend's home.
At the second girlfriend's home. You mean the one that she was supposed to visit at 1 o'clock? I think that's what they're saying.
And drove away.
We're at 238.
Yeah, I think that is what they're saying. But I think they're saying she got dropped off at the friend's house. She was supposed to be there before 1, but she was dropped off right at the girl's house. But she never went into the house, apparently.
I
South
loved
Brock
roller
Street.
skating back in the day.
Yeah, you didn't want to be on the outside of those lines that when they were spinning, you'd go like 1,000 miles an hour.
The city of Sarnia. This is the residence of a friend of Karen Coughlin's. And on the night she went missing, she was dropped off at this house by several friends, and she was observed to walk towards the house.
Okay, now I should have just kept playing it, because now they're going to explain it.
This is the residence of a friend of Karen Coughlin's.
Should we go try to find that one? Before we lose it off the screen. So they're saying she was dropped off right here. Or I'm saying that. So they're saying where she was last seen is where that should be, right? Should be right in this area. That looks kind of like that was it. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's so close. Yeah, that looks just almost exactly like what we were just seeing there. No, but the windows are different, and there's bush there, and I'm going to keep going down the street here for a second. If that's where she was last seen, that's where she was last seen, though, right? I mean, they gave the actual address. Let me check. Maybe they removed that house. Let's go back in time here. Because they made that in 2014. That's 15. No, that's still 15. 14. Yeah, so it's still there. I think that's it right there. I think. I don't know. You see that little grate thing on the bottom? That's right there. Is there a door on this? Ish. What kind of siding? I don't know. God. That second level looks similar too. Yeah, and that one has a tree right there, so I don't know. It's pretty close, but not quite right. This is where I would have guessed if I said 2 blocks from the home. Ah, screw it.
Is the residence of a friend of Karen Coughlin's. And on the night she went missing, she was dropped off at this house by several friends, and she was observed to walk towards the house, and her friend who was waiting in the house tells us that Karen never arrived. This is the last time, and her friend who was waiting in the house tells us that Karen never arrived. This is the last time that Karen was seen alive.
Karen's body was found
This is the last time that Karen was seen alive.
Karen's body was found 9 hours later at approximately 9:50 a.m. on Saturday, March 16, 1974, 22 kilometers from where she was last seen alive.
Well, we are on Plowing Match Road in Enniskillen Township, south of Churchill Line.
Yeah, he gave me the intersection. Earlier it said that on the, it actually said it back here, watch.
I'm Detective Inspector Branch.
Area where Karen was last seen is 230, let me try it, maybe it's the south that I need to remember to do. Maybe that'll change something. 238 Brock Street South. Yeah, actually I think that's going to be south of where I thought. Okay, so it isn't up here. She wasn't dropped off here, it was the other direction. But I don't have the address yet, so hold on a second. Oops, I have 1, 2 up there. Ah, there we go. I didn't do the south, so I did come in from the south. That's why I was saying there's a north and a south. And I bet you anything this will be exactly the house that he was just standing by. Yep, there it is. The door on the side, the little... This has been changed here, but that's the house. Yep, see, it's even got the window underneath there. A door here with a light next to it. Different under there. This is 2014, the image here, so. There it goes, boom. So I guess it was south, not up here, so let me get rid of the... Yeah, so it dropped off, that's a good way to do it. So that's interesting then. It makes it more interesting that they want to know about this place over here. Sarnia's Arena. She lives here, but why do you care about that place? If she dropped off here, she would just go home and never would have made it past there.
Gardens and accepted a ride with friends. At 12:50 a.m., the friends dropped Karen off alone at the second girlfriend's home and drove away.
But thanks for...
We are at 238 South Brock Street in the city of Sarnia. This is the residence of a friend of Karen Coughlin's. And on the night she went missing, she was dropped off at this house by several friends, and she was observed to walk towards the house, and her friend who was waiting in the house tells us that Karen never arrived. This is the last time that Karen was seen alive.
Karen's body
They
was
didn't have cell
found 9
phones
hours later
that year.
at approximately 9:50 a.m. on Saturday, March 16, 1974, 22 kilometers from where she was last seen alive.
Yeah, so we've got this all mapped out to where her body was found right here, and they're driving in it probably from this angle, right at this memorial on the side of the road. Right there. God, how creepy is this whole shot right here?
Well, we are on Plowing Match Road in Enniskillen Township, south of Churchill Line. This side road used to be known in the 1970s as number 6 side
Yeah,
road.
we already. Are you way behind, Plato? We just did that. It's 238 Brock Street South, not S Brock Street.
Or is Freer side
I
road.
just showed you on the screen.
Across the field you can see a paved road that is a busy thoroughfare towards the city of Sarnia from the outlying
She was beaten to
communities.
death and then run
This
over by a
side road
car.
and these fields and this bush all look very consistent with
Oh wow!
the
look
way
at
they
that.
would have looked back in.
That's crazy. I like pictures like this right here. Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't have much more than the articles, except it's like it's really easy to grab. Yeah, there you go. There's the that little tower right there is right there. It's crazy. I like stuff like that. Old pictures.
In 1974 at the time of this occurrence. This was a dirt road as it is today, and Churchill Line was a paved road in those times. And it was on this side road, in this area, that persons left Karen Coughlin on the 16th of March, 1974.
Several days later, Karen's purse was located 1.4 kilometers from where her body.
Yeah, let's see how close we got to that. On a guess. I think I'm pretty close. Her purse was found. Oh, look at that. How close did I had it down the right road, but it's a little bit further. See, 21. Oh yeah, almost right on the dot here. It was actually found right here. So that was pretty good guess. What do you think? Like only, how far was I off? 3/4 of a mile.
Body was found. The purse was at the bottom of a ravine on the southwest corner.
Yeah, now we can go take a look at that. Oh, they're about to say.
Corner of LaSalle Line and Oil Heritage Road.
This is Oil Heritage Road. And is that what that used to be? It almost looks like there used to be a road right there. Let me go back to... I don't know. LaSalle Line. Let me type that in. It'd be cool if my original one was even closer. Okay, so they have it a little bit further down. Yeah, so that's not really... I guess it's the way they drew the map.
From where her body was found. The purse was at the bottom of a ravine. Several days later, Karen's purse was located 1.4 kilometers from where her body was found. The purse was at the bottom of a ravine on the...
Okay, so I think what it is just south of that line on a ravine, so somewhere like right around in this area. Yeah, right down in there. And there's a creek. Yeah, there you go. You can see that in the background right there. So I think this is basically where the purse was found.
The southwest corner of LaSalle Line and Oil Heritage Road, formerly Highway 21.
Southwest corner, yeah.
This investigation has been ongoing for 40 years, and we would like to bring it to a conclusion and provide closure to the Coughlin family. It is my hope that this video
It's in
will stimulate
Canada.
memories of persons who were in the area of Brock Street South and Wellington Street during the early morning hours of March 16, 1974, for instance, at the Sarnia Arena. I believe these people may have seen Karen prior to her death, and I believe that these are witnesses that we have not yet spoken with.
If you have any information or observations of Karen Coughlin during the early morning hours of March 16, 1974, please contact Crime Stoppers or Lambton County OPP.
No, we've already found it, Plato. The house, yeah. I don't know if you're on rewind mode or whatever, but you seem like you're way behind. Yeah, we've already got we found it a long time ago. Okay, so that was pretty interesting. But now I want to, so this says right in this article here, it says, new details. Cribbing cold case murders are expected to be released by Ontario Provincial Police on Thursday. Okay, but this article is Thursday. It's interesting because the one I found isn't even one of those. This is Thursday, December 14th. Oh yeah, and then 2000. Yeah, okay, so I do have it. I think. So it's December 16th, 2017. Maybe. Cernita teen killed and not beaten but hit by vehicle. Police now surmise. Okay, so they think now maybe she was just hit by a vehicle. But I don't believe that at all. What the hell is she doing way out there? So it says, Petrolia police believe 14-year-old Karen Coughlin was not beaten to death in 1974, but instead, that's so interesting because it's so similar to, another case I was looking at. Beaten to death in 1974, but instead came to an equally chilling end, struck in the fog. Now, doesn't this starting to sound like Stephen Smith now? Hey, thanks, Lillian, on PayPal. We don't know if she was alive when someone left her But how come somebody folded up a coat and put it underneath there? Her shoes are off. That's something typical when you get hit by a car. Where are the shoes, though? And by the way, what is she doing way out there? We don't know if she was alive when someone left her. Karen was vibrant 14-year-old girl, full of life, and so maybe she was hit by a car and somebody got nervous, picked her up, and drove her out there. But where was she hit by a car? All the way back by her house? Then they put her in a car, and then... I don't know, man. That doesn't make a lot of sense. For decades, the OPB said the Sarnia teenager was the victim of homicide and only investigated that possibility, even though some of her community speculated that it was a vehicle that brought about her demise. But after Avery took over the investigation 5 years ago, he broadened the probe, seeking a new review of medical evidence, and arranged for 3D scanning of the clothes Coughlin wore the day she was found dead, March 16, 1974. See, that's what, remember earlier when we were talking about the paint chips that were on her? And they said it was because she was ran over again, and so, okay, that made sense. But it could have just been that she was hit originally, right? Considered together, the review and scans seem to show the teenager was struck by a vehicle and not beaten. I'm very certain, Avery said. Ontario's most difficult to solve. Avery's eyes welled up as his voice wavered as he described the emotional toll on Coughlin's family, and he admitted his pursuit for answers was not simply a professional duty, but that he felt a personal responsibility to her relatives, two of whom attended the media conference, her sister Mary Lou Schwemmler and brother-in-law Matt Schwemmler, both whom declined to comment. Coughlin was last seen alive between midnight and 1 a.m. the day she was found. She had been roller skating at the former Rose Gardens in Point Edwards with friends who dropped her off on Brock Street in Sarnia at a friend's house just a block and a half from her home. Her battered body was discovered 9 hours later, and 22... I mean, there's a crime here. I mean, this is just... I don't really get this part. I mean, it's okay, so she got picked up by somebody she was going to go on a rendezvous with, and they drove 16 miles away, and they got out of the car, and some other car just smashed her, and then the kid got nervous. I don't know, man. That makes no sense. I can't think of a scenario that works. Hey, Plato, were you on rewind mode or something earlier? Because it seems like you were sending me stuff minutes after we'd already figured it out on the screen. Coughlin was the last seen alive between midnight and 1 a.m. the day she was found. She had been roller skating at the former Rose Gardens in Point Edward with friends who dropped her off on Brock Street in Sarnia at a friend's house just a block and a half from her home. Her battered body was this... Battered body. Try to say battered body 3 times fast.
I could, Gray. I'm an expert linguist.
Okay, good for you. Let's see, where are we at here? Her battered body was discovered 9 hours later, 22 kilometers away outside Petrolia in a shallow ditch along what is now called Plow Match Road. Evidence suggests she had been struck by a vehicle about 3 kilometers away on Oil Heritage Road. Wow, how do you guys come up with that? So they found a spot where... Okay. Jesus. Okay, that's Oil Heritage Road. Okay, and her purse is on Oil Heritage Road. That's probably... Okay, so they're saying where the purse was found is where she was struck. Didn't we sort of say that earlier? But that doesn't even make any sense. So that's what the evidence is that suggests that to them. Is that somehow she was walking way over here and her purse was found there. Therefore, and that's what I'm assuming that they're going to say here. Evidence suggests that she had been struck by a vehicle about 3 kilometers away on Oil Heritage Road. And that's because the purse was found there. Police are appealing to the public to come forward with any information that will help them resolve the investigation. You know what I think it's possible? I think it's possible they're putting this out there because they want to put the actual people that may be feeling really guilty at ease, that they could come forward later and get a much lesser charge because it was just a hit and run. You know, oh, I was young, and it's Canada. So they probably get a lesser charge. I mean, isn't that a possibility? And in the reality is they know that she was beaten, but they're telling the public that it was just a hit and run. Nobody was intentionally being malicious. And they're trying to, and then the person can feel at ease and free their soul, if you will, by coming forward and saying, oh yeah, I was the one, and then they're arrested because they know it wasn't just that. So that could be a possibility. We know people know what happened to Karen and strongly urge them to come forward. See, the family deserves the so what do they say happened though? So she's hit over there and then they drove her body and just dumped her in a ditch after they hit her? Who would do that? Why wouldn't you just leave her where the purse was? There was a ditch there. Does that make any sense to anybody? I mean, so here's where the purse is. And why not just throw the body down into this creek here if that's where she was hit? Instead, you load her up in a vehicle and then you drive her all the way over to here and just put her right on the side of the road. Maybe it's a little less traveled road, but I mean, that's ludicrous. That you put her into your car and I don't know, guys. That doesn't make any sense. Now, a mother and grandmother herself. Where are we at here? Okay, over here. We know people know what happened to Karen and strongly urge them to come forward. The family deserves the resolution we have been seeking. Among the people who roller skated with Coughlin her last night alive was a classmate, Lisa Rich, who has since moved to Georgia. Before the outing, Rich had invited Coughlin to a sleepover after roller skating, but when Rich's father came before 11 p.m. to pick the girls up, Coughlin declined, saying she wanted to stay later with friends before heading home. Rich told Post Media News Thursday she was actually supposed to sleep at my house that night, Rich said. Or she was supposed to sleep at my house that night, Rich said. Coughlin declined the ride not once but twice after Rich's father leaned towards the front passenger window asking, "Are you sure?" Oh, that's sort of interesting. I mean, who's this Rich's father guy here? Hold on. Before the outing, Rich had invited... So Rich is a guy. Oh, no, Lisa Rich. Sorry. Lisa Rich, who was since moved to Georgia. Before the outing, Lisa... This is interesting to me. Before the outing... Because her father would know that he was coming home, right? That's crazy. Before the outing, Rich had invited Coughlin to a sleepover after roller skating, but when Rich's father came before 11 to pick the girls up, Coughlin declined, saying she wanted to stay later with friends before heading home. Lisa told Post Media News Thursday. She was actually supposed to sleep at my house that night, Rich said. Coughlin declined the ride, not once, but twice. I wonder why they're mentioning that. After Rich's father leaned toward the front passenger window, asking, "Are you sure?" Now a mother and grandmother herself, Lisa can't help thinking that the deadly happenings that were to... I mean, it just seems... Really? I mean, okay, so she goes to this house, right? And this father knew that she was going to be coming over there. And then somehow, after being dropped off at a specific house that you were going to spend the night at 12:50, you end up 16 miles away, hit by a car somewhere. What if it was something like this? What if she was abducted by somebody, maybe referred to in this article here, taken out there, and she tried to run away, and then the person knew, I got to kill her right now, and ran her over so that she wouldn't talk, and then sort of felt something, I don't know, and then picked her up. I don't know. I mean, I don't really understand how this is happening. What happened to be at that house? Those are the only people that knew where she was going to be right then. So somehow she's at this house and then ends up 16 miles away, ran over by a vehicle. At least ran over. I mean, we don't know what the reasoning is, but maybe it was an intentional homicide. It's not a hit and run. And so that actually the article is not saying that it isn't a homicide. They're just saying that they don't think she was beaten, that it was purely all from a motor vehicle. So let's go with that. What does that mean, JD? You guys keep trolling me with those comments. I don't know what that means. Can anybody tell me what that means? Lose Gray Hughes Top G. Does anybody know what that means? I mean, can you learn how to write English better? Yeah. This is weird, man. Now a mother and grandmother herself, Rich can't help thinking that the deadly happenings that were to come later would have never occurred if not for what seemed like a spur-of-the-moment decision by Coughlin to stay later at the roller rink. So that's what she's saying. I think about that a lot, Rich said. The former Sarnian had hoped Thursday's news conference would bring closure to the case and answers to Coughlin's family, but many key questions remain among them. Who transported the 14-year-old to a rural road near Petrolia, and did the teenager choose to go, or was she forced? Yeah, exactly. Those questions remain, Avery said. His comments were echoed by Sarnia Mayor Mike Bradley, For the family, I was hoping for an ending that didn't happen, he said. How does that mean that? Lose Gray Hughes. What does that mean? It means you're the best, my friend. How could it mean the best? Yeah, you sound like one of the Reddit wackos. Okay, you guys are just cool. His comments were echoed by Sarnia Mayor Mike Bradley. For the family, I was hoping for an ending that didn't happen, he said. Coughlin was the second youngest of 6 children, and memorial to her still kept on the snow-covered rural road where she was found. Yep, it's still there. Yeah, you know what I think? I think it's a very possible that she went over to her friend's house, and perhaps the individual who maybe even opened the door wasn't her friend at that point. The friend may have actually been sleeping already. And then somebody said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a ride home. And guess what? They never rode home. They went out somewhere else, and she tried to escape, and he ran her over because he knew that there was a problem there. Doesn't that sound like a really plausible theory? Without using names, that she went over to the friend's house. Somebody else answered the door because it was late. And she says, hey, she's sleeping. I'll just give you a ride home. Okay, yeah, that sounds great. And, oh, wow. Oh, of course, Elaine, of course. And then, yeah. I mean, you got to admit, that's a little, I think it's a good scenario that's a possibility. It makes the most sense just looking at this, because that's the only way this, she gets dropped off right in front of the house to go into it. How could something else have gone on right then? So you go to the door, you open it. The daughter, her friend, is already asleep because it was 2 hours later. And when the friend got there, he goes, yeah, she's already asleep now. I'll just give you a ride home. She goes, sure. And then something bad happens. And that's why she's 16 miles away. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. Okay, now there might be some other explanation, but based on the facts that we have right now, that makes sense. I don't know. They don't mention cars, so. The former Sarnia. Okay, we already went through this one. And then in 2022, in March, there was another one. An actual web article. I was going to look at the... I just want to see something. Can you actually see her face on that thing? Yeah, you actually can see her hair right there in her face. See? No. Music, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, because then you have to say that somebody miraculously saw her in a 2-block period. That's what you'd have to realize. Hold on, let me go back to that last. Let me just check something out here. Hold on a second. Lisa Rich. Okay, hold on. And where does she live? I'm going to try to do some... Lisa. So it's going to be easy to... And how old would she be? About, that was 1962, sounds about right. Yeah, because that would have been 74, 14, yeah. Yep, that's exactly how old she'd be. Hold on a second. Okay, she's 61. Okay, so she's 61. Her father probably wouldn't have been 15 years, 15 years older than her. That'd be pretty strange. Because I found her, for sure. Let me see if their address includes... No, I don't have her, right? This is all in Canada. God, how come she's... No, she went to Georgia, though. So that is her. Right? There isn't a Georgia, Canada, is there? Yeah, I think this is her. I mean, what are the odds it's not her? 62 years old, that would be perfect because that would make her... So 74, that's basically 40 years ago. Or 50 years ago, right? So she'd have been like 13 maybe, or 4. Yeah, 13 years old. I mean, that's exactly how old she is. 14. They were 13 and 14, right? Yeah, I guess the problem is all the relatives say... I mean, isn't that weird, though? So when did they move there? Who has since moved to Georgia? Why'd they move all the way in a different country like that? I mean, it could have been a 15-year-old dad. Okay. I'm just checking out. I'm trying to find some piece of information here. So this might be the mother. Well, that's what I was saying, Elaine. I mean, unfortunately, it just doesn't continue into Canada. February 47. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a breakdown when you use like Ben Verified. It's got United States stuff in it, but I think it is interesting, don't you think? All right, back to the 2022 one. The family, this is in the theobserver.ca. The family of Karen Caughlin, a 14-year-old Sarnia girl whose body was found 48 years ago on a road outside of Petrolia, are hopeful a cross and memorial that went missing from the site will be returned. Police sent out what has become an annual notice marking the March 16th anniversary of the last time Coughlin was seen alive. Following the sighting in very early hours of March 16th, 1974, her body was discovered later that morning on Plowing Match Road between Churchill Line and LaSalle Line. The Ontario Province Police said its criminal investigation branch continues to seek information that could lead to identifying those responsible for Coughlin's death. A $50,000 reward remains in place to encourage sources to come forward. Police revealed new information in 2017 that her injuries were consistent with her being struck by a motor vehicle and that the body had been moved. I'd like to know if she was hit from behind and that the body had been moved from the location where it was hit to where it was discovered. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'd buy that. So here's the thing. Now it seems like the purse was thrown as a decoy. If you ask me, do you have any blood evidence at the scene where the purse was found? Anything at all? That's what I want to know. Coughlin was the second youngest of 6 children living with their parents on Brock Street South at the time. The Sarnia College Institute of Technical Schools student was with a friend at a former roller skating rink in Point Edward from 7:45 to 11 p.m. She was supposed to stay at a friend's house near her home and was dropped off there by other friends a little before 1 a.m. The friend inside the house, however, told police she never arrived. Well, were you up waiting for her, or were you asleep? Police said the missing cross and memorial may be left at Petrolia Detachment at 4224 Oil. So somebody stole that damn thing. I mean, that's ridiculous. Man, I'm totally suspicious about this one. This is not... Wow, this is an article from March 16th. It's still short, though. First say her body was then moved to the location where she was hit to where her body was discovered. I don't know. Did anybody... I mean, I guess that's possible. That's where she was being taken. She gets out of the car, and then she's trying to run away, and then the person runs her over to keep her quiet, and then picks her up and puts her on a more secluded road. But why not just put her down in the water down there or something? It just seemed... I mean, it was snowy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different scenarios here, but I thought that one was pretty interesting, you guys. Sorry for the stuff earlier with the... I don't know what it was. I was trying to make it so that we could get through this and discover all this stuff on our own. So now I think we know the general story. So if there's any Canadians out there that know more details, like there's extra stuff that isn't in these articles, then now's a good time to type it in, not at the beginning when we're just trying to get to know the case. I'm sorry if that makes me an ass, but it's just one of those things where, I don't know, this really bothers me when they're trying to get a case covered and people start jumping in with stuff already. We're not even started. Now I think we all know it because a lot of times you repeat stuff. I bet every one of you watching this from the beginning can, in your head, have it totally pictured where she went that night in the town, and the timing of everything, right? So I think it's 7:30 to 11 roller skating. Then she was going to go over to her friend's house, but she wanted to stay longer roller skating. Then she got a ride with some friends and dropped off at the friend's house that she was going to stay overnight at 12:50, just a couple blocks from her house. And then she disappeared and was found 16 miles away on a side road, and her purse was found 3 miles away further east of there. And they believe she was struck by a car and killed, and the killer actually put her back in the vehicle and drove her to another spot, leaving her purse where it was. That's what they think. Oh, I don't know about that. Come on. Like, okay, so she was going to get help, and then instead of continuing on, he just tossed. So he felt, come on, I don't believe that one. So he liked her enough, he cared enough to put her in the car because he was going to take her to the hospital. But as soon as she died in the car, so when he took her to the hospital alive, he would have been in trouble anyways for the hit and run, or but instead he dumps her body on the highway. I don't know about that. It seems like somebody that would have enough, what do you call it? Just morals to drive her to the hospital would have, if she died in the car, he still would have gone to the hospital. It'd still be the same thing. Hey, I hit this girl. Is she going to make it? Because she could have died anyways when he got her to the hospital, right? But anything's possible, I guess. He was going to help, but they just dumped. No. But what are you saying, Daniel? I don't get it. I could give a PowerPoint on the subject. Wish I could just know where they killed her. We back the blue, Chloe and gray hues. Boom! Oh, a little rhyme there. I don't know. I have to think about that one, Bama, forever some more, but I don't know. I mean, what do you think about it? Do you think that's plausible? Like she was alive after he accidentally hit her, so he was going to take her to a hospital, but then she died in the car, and then he just dumped her body when she could have died anyways at the hospital, and then his name would have been at the hospital. Because you're right though. It's heading back towards town though at that moment. If she got hit where the purse was, then all of a sudden it is heading back, and then he's like, "Oh crap!" And then he turns down that road. But that would have only been like 2 minutes after she put her in the car. And started getting, I think he drove her, somebody drove her out there because it was, he said he was going to give her a ride home. That put her in the vehicle, and after that she's trapped, and drove her all the way out there, and she's like no, and she tried to escape, but now he knew that she was going to tell her friend and her mother, and he was going to get in trouble. Because there'd be no reason for him to have driven all the way out there. I mean, he could have claimed, "Oh no, I didn't do that. She's mistaken." Well, then how come? I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Story said it was foggy out that night. What story? I don't remember reading that part that said it was foggy. Yeah, I think maybe she just got ran over. How could the car, how did the car become an accidental hit? But how did she, well, let me ask you this. How did she get 14 miles away from town? What was she doing out there? That's the question we need to have answered first. How did she end up at that house out there? That's what they say, that she was hit by a car, yeah. They said she was beaten, then she was hit by a car. And then they changed it years later that she was merely only hit by a car, but they didn't say that the car hit wasn't intentional. If it's accidental, what in the hell is she doing 15 miles away to end up getting hit by a car? In the middle of nowhere. She's in a rural area, exactly where a predator would take somebody. I don't remember an article saying anything about fog. I don't remember reading that. But I can easily miss something that I read. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was just one of the other facts. Paint chips on her clothes. I don't remember which article mentioned the fog. I don't remember that at all. Yeah, I mean, that's another option, that the friends never act. The two boys, but then there was a girl in the car too. So wouldn't she have noticed something? I mean, one of them would have said something. The girl would have said something. Yeah, we just mentioned Stephen Smith a minute ago. Yeah, we just said it was like Stephen Smith like 20 minutes ago. Well, I'd like to know where the main bruises are, on her back or front or what. Yeah, she had the jacket folded up under a bush. So that sort of sounds like somebody cared a little bit or something. Maybe since the friend was sleeping, maybe she asked that.
Another great cold case, Gray.
Oh,
You
well,
always
yeah.
present an amazing
But why wouldn't she
story.
just get a ride
These
home at
cases
that
always
point?
need fresh eyes.
Hey, thanks, Elaine.
Basic generous. Basic generous.
I mean, the other friends didn't know she was coming over. This is 1974 also, when there's no cell phones. So to me, guess what, everybody? The only person that knew where she was going to be, there was only two people that knew where she was going to be at, around 1 in the morning. She was supposed to be over there by 1. There's only two people who knew she was going to be there. And that was her friend and the father, who asked her twice if she would come over there. I thought it was interesting that the article wanted to let us know that he wanted to ask twice. Why not just say she declined to go? Instead, there was two of them in there. So that's interesting to me. I'm not saying that's who did something, but that would be the most logical explanation of all of this. Because it's hard to say, oh, well, we're supposed to be there before 1. She gets to the friend's house at 12:50, and somehow she never makes it into the house. Or is it that somebody intercepted her at the door when she knocked, saying, hey, she's already sleeping, let me give you a ride home. I want to make sure you make it home safely. Gets in the car and has other plans at that point. That's really the only thing that makes it so she ends up 15 miles away, because something creepy was going to happen. I mean, we could think maybe aliens, maybe an alien abduction of some sort, or I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe you can. I don't know if they'd want to send it to me, but I'd love to know what side. If she was hitting the back, I think it was she was running away from somebody on the road and got ran over. That's what I would think. And I wonder if they ever checked the vehicles at the house of her friend. I mean, that would be an interesting piece of information to know. But this is, again, we're speculating because we don't have the case files or anything. They may have completely cleared all these people, but I can't really think of anything that makes more sense. I mean, what are the odds that from the car that she got out of to knocking on the door, somebody abducted her? Or a car, like she gets out of the car with her friends, and then a car rolls up on the curb just seconds after their friends drive away and smashes her, and then drives her. I mean, just think about that. She gets dropped off at her friend's house that she was supposed to go to, and everybody knows that. So she was supposed to go there. It wasn't like a trick place to be dropped off so she could go do something else. So she gets out of the car, and just from that one spot to knocking on the door, she disappears. Or did she actually knock on the door? You see? I think that's where you gotta land at. Yeah, well, that part, there might not even be two crime scenes, because they never mentioned that there was blood near the purse. They merely said that they found the purse there. Okay, so what to me that means is the person likely killed her and then put her on that side street and then drove the purse in the opposite direction that they live in. Now, I was thinking they headed out of town, so they were heading away and then continued on and threw the purse out the window. But now I'm thinking if the person lived in the town, you'd want to make it look like they lived in another direction. So you killed her somehow by running her over, let's say, because you were trying something. She gets out of the car and you run her over on an isolated road. Because, by the way, I mean, if she was going to be assaulted by somebody, wouldn't it be this road right here that somebody might try something like that on in the middle of the winter on a gravel side road? Okay, and then when the killer, he kills her, he then drives over here, maybe comes down here, drops the purse off, comes around like this, and then heads back up on maybe even, hell, that little road right there, that number 20, that brings you right back into the town. So it'd be something like, after that, either drives like this or like this, then throws the purse out, probably realized it was in the car, and then comes down here, takes a right here, goes up 20, and then boom, right back into the town right there. Just a theory, but I'm trying to use all the information. I know it frustrates people because once you get onto the one that seems most logical, it's hard to give more credit to, like discuss ones that are less logical or less likely, I guess is the term. Yeah, the part about the jackets, kind of, what it reminds me of is the case in, God, where the hell was that? Man, I wish my memory was better for like names and shit like that. But you remember that one case that we covered where it was a small town? I think there's like a B in it, or her name sort of has a B. It was a small town. She was at school walking home. Then, they think maybe the preacher picked her up, drove her, and and she got shot in the face, basically, or shot. I think she was shot and then pushed out of the vehicle, and then her school books and things were neatly. Her head was on top of them like a pillow. Do you remember that? Hey, thanks, Esther M. What was the name of that case? Oh, man. That sucks that I can't remember that one. Her name has a B in it. Remember that? Her arms were folded up, her head on, and the person cared about her even after they killed her, because, again, that was something like an assault, a sexual assault that she was going to report on him, and she was killed. Anybody at all? Come on, Zozo, what is the name of that one? Man, it's close to me in my mind, though. Feels like it was in Texas or something, or... Oh, it's like BR something. I'm gonna try to find this. That's really similar. I don't know why BR is in my head. Oh wait, no, I think I know how to find this. It was in my like Nefarious folder or something. Let me try to find that. Cases. No, it's Amanda Goodman, not, there's no BR. Amanda Goodman. I don't know if you guys remember this one, but it was May 16th, 1989 in Brownwood Middle School, and yes, it was in Texas. I did get that. I at least had some memory there. It's a crazy one. Yeah, so she was last seen right here, walking here. This is where she was supposed to go home to there, but she never made it there. And then they find her. I mean, look how similar this is, though, just in general, right? Like, she's at school here, walks out, last seen walking right here. Yeah, the name wasn't close, but I did have the right state. What is it? Oh, yeah, it was Brownwood Middle School, so there's a BR right there. And I think it's in Brownwood. That's where the BR came from in my head. That's the town, Brownwood. So, okay, Revengeance, there was a reason there. The case, not her name. Anyway, so she was right there, apparently, walking by. Then she was picked up, and they found her body down here, right on the side of the road. And it looked like she was shot from close range, inside the vehicle, and put on the ground, and like she was laid neatly on the ground. The person took care and then put her head on top of the books, her school books. And I actually talked to the friend in that case. Pretty wild. So, anyways. They actually think it's a preacher that moved all the way to Florida that did it. They just can't prove it. All right, you guys. Well, that's it for tonight. Wow, that was 3 hours and 50. Jesus, another horrendous average per hour. But yeah, at least we made it through the show. So thank you to LM at the beginning, Ashy Snow, Irene Cipher, Adniram, Great Karn for you, Robin. Oh, and again, welcome, Bama Forever, really nice person. Great Karn for you, and then Robin, Vanessa Dance, JP William Upgrade there. Rhea Mazzarone, Laconic, Scoutin' Dude, Tosh with a cat eye, Lisa Taylor, Robin, Adniram, Great Karn for you, Scoutin' Dude, Kathy Fredmaker, Tosh, Kelsey 206, then Bama Forever, the new mod, Robin, Lisa Taylor, Marie Crossley, Simple Life Days, Tosh again, thank you very much. Lisa Taylor, Simple Life Days, Marisol, Elaine, Kit Kat, Robin, Papa Q, Cindy J, Danielle, Renee H, and Elaine. So yeah, everybody have a great Easter tomorrow for those who celebrate that. And my friend made a funny comment. He's not religious at all. Like, I mean, he's just, just not religious. Has no feelings like that. And somebody said, hey, have a great Easter. And he said something like, yeah, happy baby Jesus Day or something. And I was like, God, you're like, I mean, I knew he was being totally sarcastic. It was hilarious. I mean, for me, it was funny because it was just, I don't know. Yeah, you know what? You almost had to be there. It was pretty funny. It's not really a new Tumblr. I've had that for a while out there, but it's pretty good. The emoji Tumblr and the everything Tumblr. So there's an emoji Tumblr and an everything Tumblr. They've been around. But I might actually switch vendors or have a secondary vendor, because they actually have visors and all kinds of stuff. Well, cool, Bama Forever. I'm glad you like it. I'm always glad when people like my show. I mean, I hope you guys don't think I'm like too mean to the people who come in and just start throwing out a bunch of stuff out of context. So I think it's so much better when you go through it, and then at the end, if there's some other stuff that then people start chiming in with that information. Then it makes it interesting. I thought it was cool to have that video. It just sort of solidified stuff and got us more precise on various locations. So anyways, sorry out there to the Canadian, whatever your name was. I apologize if you felt bad, but you seem like you're getting too like worked up about some other information. I didn't know who you were saying you were talking to, and various friends and all this stuff going on, and then I was supposed to read all of your comments up above, and I just, I can't really do that. I'm reading the articles. So I'm a believer, but it's funny. I don't get it. Use yours a lot. I didn't say I wasn't spinning. Jesus. Man. Yeah, so we'll do a... maybe we'll spin for one of the mugs tonight, like... how about the Freak Heart mug with the sketch? It has my crazy little sketch in the back, but it has like the Freak Heart. It's not black, but it has the, has that heart on it like that on a white mug, and then the back it has the same sketch, this one right here, on the back of the mug. How about that one? I don't know, Nikki. I don't know. I don't know. Is that who that person was talking about? Roy and all these different names? I have no idea. I mean, her dad might be Roy. I have no idea. I don't know what she was saying up there. And I'm not going to be able to see it now. The best one? What do you mean the best one? I've had a lot of good shows. Ugh. Oh, the mug. Yeah, you like that one. Free cart mug with the sketch. All right. So here we go. We're going to do the spin. Oops. Any last minute takers? Anybody else want to get in there really quick? Anybody at all? You got 20 seconds. And then after I get done counting 20 seconds, you'll have another 30 seconds because you haven't heard me count it yet because you're 30 seconds behind. Oh, you have two of those? I probably keep sending, hey, do you want another mug? And I send you the same one. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now there's 30 more seconds. Yeah, well, you have to put buy the pie wedge on there. You guys, man. Mind blown. Well, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Oh, guess not. All right. Oh, well, Zozo isn't it? Oh, well, look at that at the buzzer. Wouldn't that be cool if she won one of these? Not for me, but for her. Oh, and KK got in it too. All right, you guys got in there. See? Yeah, that's supposed to be a T there. Yeah, there's KK and Zozo. I just saw it spinning around up there. Ready? There we go. Oh, look at that. Papa Q. But thanks, everybody. There you go. That was it, man. Sorry. But thanks for playing, you guys. Boo! Boo! KK and Zozo are like, boo! Boo! Robin's crying. Oh, that's hilarious. Hey, look at that. Zozo put the party sound. Remember when she used to cry and have all these faces? And then I'd literally have like every freak in the world, meaning the freaks that watch the show, sending me emails. Gray, give my spin to Zozo. That was hilarious. Give my spin to Zozo. And I'm like, oh my God, you guys, she's not like somebody who just can't win. She could buy a jillion spins and win every single time, probably. She owns like a business, you guys, like. She can, yeah, that face right there. Whatever face that is with the straight eyes and the straight mouth. I'm never really sure what that is. Boo, yes, there you go, see? Yeah. Anyways, like I said before, you guys don't, like, the moderators and whatnot, you don't have to be, like, always here and stuff like that. You don't have to act any different than you normally do. Like whenever if you're around and you feel like you want to be on the show or watch it and hang out, awesome. If you can only stay an hour, that's great too. Whatever, it just doesn't matter. I don't want it to affect, make you stressed out or anything like that. But Billy Juliana, she's a great mod, but she's been kind of bummed out lately from the, because she's so close to that shooting in Oklahoma. Like it's right there, right in her neighborhood. It'd be like somebody right up the street over here. So she's, give her some support when she's in there, because I totally get that. Like living right there. Like imagine something like like just blocks away, and all these kids get shot up right there. I think it kind of freak you out. It's not like when people say, "Oh, I live 100 miles from there. Wow, I just drove through there about 6 weeks ago. Ooh." Yeah. Oh, specialist faith. Well, is that what it means? Expression. Yeah, I think she's okay. I mean, she seems pretty bummed out. I was talking to her. She showed up earlier. I think she might even call in on Monday and, tell us about what that's like and what she's feeling. I think that'd be pretty interesting just to hear, What do you guys think? Huh? No, the Florida was the 3 teenager. Was it really? No, wait, who's saying that? Where was the mass shooting? Maybe I've got it wrong in my head. Maybe I'm not thinking. Where was the thing last night? That was OSU, right? Or Oklahoma. Hold on a second. Where was the shooting guy? The guy with the, the transgender person. What city was that in? I might just have it in my head wrong, now that I think about it. Or was it Tennessee? Tennessee is what I meant. Sorry. I just realized I remember. It was supposed to be Tennessee. Yeah. Yeah, it was Tennessee. Oklahoma was last night. Same thing, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Yeah, Nashville. I think that's where it was. Yeah, so she lives in Nashville, so that's where all that happened. Yeah, it just kind of popped in my head. I thought, oh yeah, wait a minute, it wasn't Oklahoma. Yeah, so she might call in on Monday and let us know, like, what it's like, and because I could totally see that. I mean, I'm just thinking about it right now. If I were right across the street, or just down the block, let's say, and then somebody walks into a school and starts shooting up all these kids, man, wow. That'd be pretty messed up. Because remember, when we were doing it, she showed us where she lived. It wasn't far away at all. Or she said what neighborhood. It was just right down the road there. Yeah, there was nothing last night. I wonder what that was. Yeah. Yeah, we can't be giving the guns to the wacky people. It's crazy. That story we covered, was it yesterday with the 2? That was a weird one. I don't know if you were here, Lillian, but I think there was 2 pedophile guys that married under the guise of being gay. Like, there was 2 men that got married, but they were pedophiles, and they adopted 2 children, 2 male children that were like, below the age of 12, and they sexually assaulted them, and then would take videotapes of it, and then would sell the videotapes to other pedophiles, and it was just, and then they would sell them out to other pedophiles. I think that was one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. So we're at that point where these people are using that system. It just, oh God, that's just so hideous. Can you imagine? Absolutely horrendous. And what's amazing? It's not even in the news still. Nobody's talking about it. It's as if it never happened. Unreal. So it's another, blight on... See, I just think they were people using that system. Oh, you guys heard that one? Okay. That really is. That is about the worst humanity has to offer. No doubt about it. Oh, that was yesterday. Yeah. Okay. Well, you didn't see that part? I thought you heard that. Watched that part. I think it was either yesterday or the day before. It was yeah. Huh? Agendas? What does that mean? Agendas. Oh, agendas. 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 I thought you were trying to like. Agendas. Mm-hmm. They caught onto the Catholic priests, so they had to have other. Well, it's so incredible. Like the guy, one of the fathers said to a guy on Tinder that he was meeting, he was like, "Hey, I'm about to F my kid. I'll film it and send it to you." And he did it. He literally sent the video of him doing that to his own kid and sending it to him. I mean, these guys are like, I mean, just imagine those kids. They didn't have a home, and somebody adopted them, and they felt so happy that somebody was bringing them in, only to be sexually abused. I mean, this is right where NCMEC is, like National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I mean, these kids are absolutely exploited. Horrible. Man, if you had a baseball bat, just put them in a box with their head sticking out and just let people just start smashing that away. I mean, just ridiculous people. Let the family do it. I mean, disgusting. Oh yeah, you know that's just kind of got. I think that's a thing. You know, I was thinking to myself, that's probably a thing that we aren't aware of that's happening out there. It was like, hey, this is the way around this. You know, get married, adopt these kids, and we can make all the videos in the world. It's a money-making scheme for us. Don't you think that is something that's a thing? Because it's not just going to be that one house, right? That's what we were saying the other day, too. I think this is... I think this might be a technique now. And especially something that seems so simple like that for them. You know, and I get how much you want to bet almost all of them are homeschooled yet again. Again, wood chipper. Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Do Fargo. Get Fargo the movie out and have that available as a technique in prison. I don't know if I know about that one, but anyways, I got to get going. It's been 4 hours and 17 minutes. I appreciate everybody being here tonight, and you can send me the link on it, Laconic. I don't want 20 links. I just want one. Yeah, but far away means they're close to somebody else. Maybe there needs to be an island for those types, you know? And they can do whatever they want to each other all day long, boy. Okay, well anyways, thank you guys for being here, and sorry for the long show. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all the support, and make sure to hit that like button on the way out the door. And maybe share the channel with other people. Who the hell knows? But either way, we're going to keep going and kicking ass out there. Alright, so thank you all for being here, and we'll see you next time. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7 and an 8 and a 9 and a 10.
an 11 and a 12 and a 13 and a 14 and a 15 and a 16 and a 17
And during this
and
whole
a
time,
18
I have not
and a
seen
19
one
and a
person
20 and a 21.
That is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector.
I'm gonna get you.
On a stretcher,
If you try and play me like an old
projector. Crime sector.
You trying to sound like me, Gray?
Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture.
That didn't
Crime
work.
collector,
Freak connector, and I'm always gonna be your protector.
fool deflector,
Interceptor,
and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, yo, just remember I've a temple fucking checked ya. I have no agenda. I'm a pretender. And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender.
and in the end, I'm gonna send you.
On a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah.
Good night, everybody. Gee.
Yeah, that sounds way too happy. Way too happy. You know what I'm saying? It's a little weird. I gotta be honest with you. Hey! What's going on? Is this what the freaks are wearing? Let's see if it'll play up there.
When I'm in the mood, I'll sprinkle troll on my food, but I don't eat it. I chew it up and spit it out and repeat it. It's not a treat. The troll is beat. Just one of the ways that I repeat it. Saying in my groove, when there's a troll on the move, just takes a second to remove, 'cause every time I conclude, the troll is gonna lose. Nice try, lizard eye, I see you creeping on the sly. Why you think you're so fly? Such a whiny cry, battle me, you're gonna fry. Gonna send you out to mollify. Time to say goodbye.
Wow, I did. You know what? Mary Lou did that all by memory right there. Wasn't even reading the damn thing.
Little quarter right about me and the crew about something we did or supposed to do. You might not have heard it, or maybe you have, but when I first heard it, I was, it was like, used to get angry and all uptight, but you can say what you want to spell my name right. All them that were guilty was rocking the house. That's what the rule was all about. Yes, me out then, tell all your friends, and if you don't wait till you see me again, this way I can hear it from the horse's mouth. Right then and there, we can straighten it out. Lizard eye, nice try, lizard eye. I see you creeping on the sly. Why you think you're so fly? That's right, you guys are like 30 seconds behind me. M-A-S-T-R-G with a double E. I said I go by the unforgettable name of the man they call a Master G. Well, my name is known all over the world by all the foxy ladies and the pretty girls. I'm going down in history as the baddest brother there ever could be. Now feel the highs and I feel the lows. The beat starts getting into your toes. You stop popping your fingers and stamping your feet, moving your body, and you said, damn. You stop doing the freak. I said, damn. I ride it out of your seat, then you throw your hands high in the air, rocking to the beat without a care. Rocking to the beat without a care, with a show side EOCs for the affair. Now I'm not as tall as the rest of the gang, but I can rap to the beat just the same. Got a little face, a pair of brown eyes, got a credit to the lady. Get my tie, singing on and on and on and on like a hot diddy pop, diddy pop, diddy pop, diddy diddy pop, diddy pop, pop. You don't dare stop, I come alive, yo. Give me what you got, 'cause I'm guaranteed to make you stop. Say 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me wonder, Mike, what are you waiting for?
Hey, not too bad, Mary Lou.
Hey, Gray, where'd the music go? Gee. collaborate and listen. I sit back with his brand new invention, something that'll holding me tightly, flows like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow to the extreme. I rock the mic like a vandal, light up the stage and work the chump like a candle. Dance, cause the speakers are boom, killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly, when I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it, leave it, better gain weight, better hit bulls out of kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook, my DJ revolves it. Now that the party is jumping, with the bass kicked in and the Vegas are pumping, quick to the point, cause the point no faking, cooking MCs like a pound of bacon, burning them, being quick and nimble, go crazy when I hear the cymbal with a hi-hat, with a souped up tempo, I'm on a roll, time to go solo, rolling, in my 5.0 with my right top down so my hair can't blow, the girl is on standby, waiting just to say hi, did she stop? No, just drove down, kept on, pursuing to the next stop, about the left time headed to the next block. Block was dead, y'all, so I continued to A1A, Detroit Avenue. Girls wear hot, wearing less than bikini, rock band lovers, driving Lamborghinis, jealous, cause I'm out getting mine. Shade was a gauge and vanilla was a 9. Gunshots ranged out like a bell. I grabbed a 9, all I heard was shells falling on the concrete real fast. Jumped in my car, slammed on the gas, bumper to bumper, avenues packed. Time to get away from the jack, there's Jack. Police wanna see, you know what I mean? They bust me up in front of little dope fiends. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook, my DJ revolves it. Hey, Jim Lawn, thanks, Jim Lawn. Here's a little story that I got to tell about 3 bad brothers you know so well. Started way back in history with that Rock MCA and me, Mike D. Had a little horse, his name was Paul Revere. Me and my horse in a quart of beer, riding across the land, kicking up sand, sure falls in my tail cause I'm in demand. One lonely beastie I be, all by myself without no party. Sun was beating down on my baseball hat, air was getting hot, beer was getting flat. Looking for a girl, I ran into a guy, his name was MCA. I said hi, he said hi. He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 40's on the run and that he's dying of thirst. The brew was in my hand and he was on my tip. His source is always right, he asked me for a sip. He said, can I get some? I said, you can't none. Had a chance to run, pulled a shotgun. Quick on the draw, tried to be dead. Put the gun to my head and this is what he said. My name's MCA, I got a license to kill. Hope you know what time it is, it's time to get ill. Now what do we have here? An outlaw on his beer. Around this land, you understand, I make myself clear. Stepped into the wind, he had a gun, I had a grin. You think the story's over, but it's ready to begin. So we rode for 6 hours and we hit the spot. The dude was jumping and the girls was hot. The two was staring like he knows who we are. We took the empty spot next to him at the bar. Yippee yo, you know this kid? I said I did, but I know he did. Kid said get ready, this ain't funny. My name's Mike D and I'm about to get money. Pulled out the jammy, aimed at the sky, and let 2 fly. Hands went up, people hit the floor. Wasted 2 kids that ran for the door. I'm Mike D and I get respect. You cashing the jewelry is what I expect. MCA was with it, he's my ace, so I grabbed a piano player and I punched him in the face. Piano player's out, music stopped, boy had 8, he got dropped. Mike E grabbed the money, MCA smashed the gold, grabbed 2 girlies and a beer that's cold.
Wow, Mary Lou, yeah!
Hey, great, thanks, man, I try really hard.
You sounded sort of sarcastic there, a little bit.
Well, Gray, you know how much work I put in.
Oh, now you're like a diva. I get it. Oh, boy.
Anyways, all right, you guys. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Oh, thanks to everybody, Lillian and who was it also there? It was was, Lillian and Nancy, and that was it for PayPal, I think. I don't know. But all right, thank you everybody for being here, and we will see you guys tomorrow. All right. So as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
Everybody be safe.
I know, I just said that.
Yeah, Mary Lou, he just said that. Why would you say it again? By the way, everybody, be safe out there.
But you just said it too. You just made fun of me for saying it, so why'd you say it?
Well, I was just finishing up the show for him.
Yeah, why did you say that? I should have said it too. Be safe, everybody.
Are you guys kidding? I mean, Greg just said that for anybody to say it. I accidentally said it, but you guys did it on purpose.
Yeah, you guys really did just do it all on purpose because you haven't been contributing very much to the show. So you all took the opportunity to say, hey, be safe out there, everybody. But I'm the one that says it, okay?
Gosh, Gray. You're so mean.
Oh my God. You see these guys trying to work on getting airtime. It's unbelievable. All right, see you later. Be safe out there.
Be safe out there, everybody.
Oh my God.